What's up, guys, and welcome into Poker House of Dallas. We've got a great live stream for you tonight. I am Nick from Haslet House Poker, and I'm joined here in the booth by John, a.k.a. Nocturnal, the editor for the Next Gen Poker Vlogs. How you doing tonight, John?
Oh, I'm doing great, Nick. I'm very excited for this coming lineup right here. It's going to be a ton of action. Probably going to see a bunch of bluffs, bunch of interesting lines, and no one is afraid to put a chip in the middle in this lineup. So we should have an action-packed live stream here for you guys tonight.
No doubt, dude. And it looks like they're starting here with maybe a flip. Looks like they got everybody with 4 cards, and I think they started the night with a little coin flip here. And then we're going to get the 2-5, 1,500 cap Texas Hold'em game started. Going to get some table talk going for you guys. We got a microphone out there on that table. We've got a community card camera now, which is an awesome addition, John. You can see down onto the table there and see the pot as well as the community card shared by all the players.
It actually looks like we upgraded the entire stream setup as we have an additional camera here to see the people in the 4, 5, and 6 seat.
Oh, yeah. Look at that, dude.
Even
another new addition.
Even the quality of the cameras looks a lot better.
It really does. It's looking very sharp this week. I'm liking that a lot. Great spot there. So while they're getting started here, I just want to give a quick shout out to my awesome mother who is not feeling well and said she would be tuning in to listen, maybe brighten up her day a little bit. So hope you're feeling better, Mom. See you soon. Love you.
Best wishes to Mama Nick.
Yeah, had to make a little trip to the hospital. Never fun.
No, never a good time.
No, not at all. And they kept her overnight, but hopefully she'll be able to go home tomorrow. So, all right, we got the 3 Next Gen boys, as DFS Brat points out, are sitting right next to each other. And guys, that is Frankie, Rosie, and Jello. Actually, I think it goes Frankie, Jello, and then Rosie in terms of the seat order here. But those are the 3 Next Gen poker boys right there. You can see Frankie with that, what would you call that, beige maybe? That beige jacket?
That looks beige.
Yeah.
It's not his normal style.
No, it's not. Yeah, but I like it. He's looking sharp.
Yeah, I think it fits him.
Yeah. All right, got people coming up in the chat here as well as liking the stream. Appreciate that, Anthony. Saw another like pop up a second ago and can't remember the name, but to all of you guys out there watching, if you don't mind clicking that like button, it'll help push the stream out so we can get more viewers in. Click that subscribe button as well so you won't miss any more Poker House live action. As we have the action right off the bat here, I'm very interested to see this, as it looks like Frankie has come in with the immediate 3-bet with the Queen 4 offsuit.
He's trying to set the tone, Nick.
I guess so.
Oh,
wow.
What?
We have an action flop.
What is that?
I don't know what's happening. Okay, here we go. So both of these guys got a piece of it. Woodley flops the flush draw. Frankie with top 2 pair. See what this turn card is here.
There is no way that Woodley will ever put Frankie on this hand.
Yeah, no way. He wouldn't think Frankie can have any 2 pairs on this board.
Does break out.
Mm-hmm. And Frankie goes with a pretty small bet on the flop. Just another interesting choice. Sounds like we're getting a little feedback on ourselves. Did you hear that? That was my fault. Got that fixed there. So the turn goes check, check. I mean, I'm like borderline thinking that Frankie's got like the card reader read his cards wrong.
Yeah.
Because this is a very strange line for him to bet small, check.
Well, he does.
And now he overbet shoves.
Obviously, unless all the cards are wrong, this is just going to be a very easy fold.
Okay, so yeah, Woodley let out here on the river, and then Frankie rips it over his stack. I wasn't realizing that was the case. So
I mean, given by Woodley's reaction here, you almost have to think that the card readers are wrong here. Like, it looks like he actually has a very tough decision here when we know he has 9 high. So I think the cards might have been read wrong for this hand.
That's possible. I could still believe that Woodley's doing a little posturing here. But you could be right about that, too. Maybe they're both wrong. But
Because I can't imagine Frankie 3-betting the Queen 4 offsuit here.
And then, but I mean, he is shoving here on the end, so he's got something good, you know? But yeah, I'd be surprised to see that. And then I'd be surprised to see the small bet check back line on a total brick with flush draws, straight draws, and knowing Woodley is a very active player. You'd think Frankie would just be betting to get it in, but
Yeah, it doesn't add up.
But the strange thing is, if the card reader is wrong, it's also very coincidental that he does have, like, he has something that he's shoving all in on the end here. So
I'm now starting to think that this is not posturing, so. I hope we get some cards on the back so we can see. Yeah, there's no way. The cards are wrong for sure.
Yeah, because Woodley says, I hope you have ace king.
Yeah.
It's not going to be calling with 9 high here, right?
No way.
Okay, yeah, and he shows a face card.
Shows a queen.
So they're both wrong.
All right.
Shows a queen? Was that a queen?
He showed a queen.
Wow. So he folds top pair, or is the community cards even right here?
The community cards were right. I can see them on the camera there.
Okay.
So we'd love to ask Frankie later on what exactly he had there.
Yeah, no doubt. Going to be very curious about that one. It was an interesting line. Bet small, check back,
I think we should have known right away.
river.
There is no way he was 3-betting the queen 4 off there.
I mean, I was surprised to see it, but getting a little optical feedback here too, huh?
Yeah, it was stuck before. Sometimes the cameras get stuck, but we'll make sure to fix that going forward. This should resolve itself within a few seconds.
We got the boy in the mix again who played with us last week. He's got that ninja look going on.
Honestly, his picture there in the graphics kind of looks like he's a character from, what is that fighting game? Mortal Kombat. Looks very reminiscent of one of those Mortal Kombat characters.
No doubt, dude. I'm right there with you.
Wonder if that's what he was going for.
So we have some more strange action here as it appears the boy just opens in the small. Okay, so this must have been a double / triple straddle pot.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it looks like it was. Okay, wow. It looks like this was a 2, 5, 10, 20, 40. And now the boy opens in the small blind, which is the worst position left. And there's still 5 people in the hand. So makes sense for him to go pretty big here. And he does. He goes to 5X with the pocket 10s. And now Woodley rips it with the pocket deuces.
Only 12 big blinds.
Great point. I mean, you probably don't have a lot of fold equity here after the boys open to 200. So Woodley's just like hoping he's got 2 overcards and we're going to flip for it.
Yeah, I would imagine. Once again, apologies for this optical feedback we have here. It's resolved on our end, so it'll just take a little bit for it to resolve on your end, and then we'll be good to go. And Tens is going to take it home here.
Yeah, and Woodley coming in with that same strategy that I've seen him use in past weeks, which is to be super active at the beginning, show down some hands like this. And in the previous session that I watched him play, he was doing a lot of like over bet shoving on the flop a couple of times as a bluff and several times for value as well. And it sort of set up this image for him that later in the session, he flopped the nuts, got bet into, the pot's still very small, and he rips it in there huge, like 6, 7 times the pot bet shove and gets snap called.
Exactly. Because of the image.
Yeah. And so he had the nuts that time, and it worked like a charm.
And he's very, very aware of that image, too, which makes him a very dangerous player to play with, especially when he tries to exercise that image.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He's one of those players that will get paid off.
Yeah, I kind of wonder, like, a guy like that who uses, like, unconventional methods. You know, this isn't stuff that's going to be taught by your typical poker training academy, right? So you see him do these sort of off-the-wall things. I wonder how much thought he puts into it off the table before he comes in, or if he just kind of plays in flow and does what feels natural in the moment.
I would imagine that his overall strategy is to do stuff like this, especially on live streams.
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine I've played with Woodley sometimes off the live stream, and his strategy it's different.
Mm-hmm.
It's not completely different, but it is different.
Different than it is on the stream, you mean?
Yeah.
I gotcha. So maybe he puts a little thought into his stream activity as a little bit of an advertisement for his off-stream activity.
And that's very, very smart if you can find a way to do it in an affordable manner.
Yeah, sure.
As we've noticed before, Woodley's using also a similar strategy here where he buys in short for his first buy-in,
Mm-hmm.
tries to gamble with it.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's in for the max.
Nice. Yeah, I love that. Exactly what you just said. He's trying to set up an affordable way to get that image. I'm going to flip for 500 once, which 500 is still enough to put a little pressure on people if you do something active with it. But doesn't mind losing it because he's going to reload for 1.5. And with the style he plays, he could very easily recoup that 500 in, you know, one hand. So we had Tricky Fish opening an early position here with the King 10 off, and he gets called two ways. Jello behind him, and then Woodley in the blinds. Looks like the flop checks through. And then, oh no, it doesn't. Tricky Fish went small. He goes 25. Both players called on the flop as Woodley had a gutter. Jello had an under pair. And then now on the turn, Tricky kind of runs into it. That 10 is very inconspicuous. I think Jello probably thinks that's basically a brick. But actually makes Tricky Fish his hand, and he gets to value bet 2 more times here.
I would not be surprised to see him get called at this price point.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. I mean, the one thing, though, is this looks so value heavy, and you have an underpair to the board that it makes you want to... I mean, I'm just thinking, like, is he ever going to do this with ace high?
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough.
Lead into 2 players twice and then go teeny tiny on the end. I mean, like, if he had a bricked flush draw with ace high or something, that bet twice.
I mean, he didn't get his name for nothing.
Tricky Fish? Fair enough. Mr. Tiny in the chat. We love Tiny. Haven't seen you around lately. How you doing?
SR here in seat 5, new to the stream. We haven't seen him before. Actually, a buddy of mine, aspiring to play 500 in L online.
This is the guy you mentioned to me the other day.
It is.
Okay, that's fun.
So I'm excited to see how he performs here on the stream.
And we got Royalty back in the mix, who I recognize the name even more than the face, actually. I remember him making that moniker before. And he's getting involved here. Tricky Fish feeling obligated to defend his straddle pretty wide. The 8-5 off. So this looks like it was an open from Rosie. And 2 calls. Rosie's in position to both guys, and we see a great flop for his hand. Nobody has anything, so pretty likely he's just going to take it down, and he does. I think that this board could be fine for betting or checking. With the King 10 offsuit specifically, kind of depends on the players that you're up against, I guess, if you want to try and go for 3 streets of value or just 2. And I think if you do choose, like, I'm just going to go for 2, that checking back the flop is okay, and then allowing them to start bluffing some.
I think it's actually really viable to check back here and allow them to bluff. There's going to be a ton of bluffing going on tonight.
For sure. got to protect those checking lines, right? And have some hands that you can call down with. Because if Rosie's betting that, maybe he chooses to check with some better kings or something. I don't know. But I think most people's instinct is if they're betting like king 10 off, they're probably betting all of their better kings. And then maybe the only hands that they check back that are going to be able to call some bets would be like smaller pairs, smaller pocket pairs.
I wouldn't mind checking the worst tens and then betting the better ones, like the jack 10, the queen 10s even.
King, you mean? There's a king on the
Oh,
board.
sorry, I thought it was a 10-4-4.
Yeah, it's king 4-4. So this is literally the worst king that we're gonna have.
I wouldn't mind checking this hand then.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, I read that flop wrong.
No, you're good. So open from Woodley on the button. This is a fun one. We got 3 very playable hands here.
With 3 players that like to mix it up.
And a little bit of something for everybody, but not a lot of something for anybody. So this is going to be an interesting battle.
So standard. I love these spots from players who know how to mix it up. Because you just know that the pocket nines has the lion's share of the equity here, but it's just so unlikely they actually make it to showdown against these players.
And you might be thinking that it's a little bit strange to see Woodley bet into 3 people with the second pair bad kicker here, but my guess is that he's probably betting his entire range on this board. So anything that he opened with pre-flop, it's just going to keep going on this dry ace-high board, and that includes even like some marginal hands like a second pair.
Well, he does decide to check it back on the turn here, and interesting to see that if he bet, he probably would have gotten raised by Tricky Fish. I think Tricky Fish would have taken that opportunity, picking up the open-ender.
Sure.
And now nines get to make it to showdown. I did not expect that.
Wow. Yeah, a little bit of a miracle there. Even though nines had the best hand on that flop, I kind of thought they had the least chance to win the pot.
That's exactly how I felt as well. Against some players, I'd say, oh, the nines are going to probably hold on. But against 2 really aggressive players, I thought there was a very little chance that they made it.
And notice that there was no 3-bet there from the nines pre-flop. That was a button open from Woodley, and Royalty has players out left act behind him. Decides just to call with the 2 nines in the small blind. I think that one could have gone either way. A lot of players think that it's prudent to do only, or at least mostly, 3-betting or folding from the small blind when the button opens. And you see that Royalty must be mixing up his strategy there. And nines is, if you are going to do some flatting, then nines is a pretty good hand to flat. Strong enough to protect that range of flatting hands.
So they are doing the 7-deuce game here tonight. I think we just saw 7-deuce suited here.
We do.
From the seat 1.
And I thought they normally just do 7-deuce offsuit.
See, that's what I thought as well. And it would be interesting here if he goes for it with the 7-deuce suited and then finds out
Oh, that's going to be heartbreaking.
that it was only the 7-deuce off.
It looks like he doesn't have to worry about it. Yeah.
He's going to get out of there. I hope they clarify that at some point.
I know. I borderline feel like I should go clarify it for them. I don't know how that would. Is that like interfering in the game? Like, hey, I just saw you. You open with 7-deuce suited.
Everyone would be like, oh.
All right, guys. So we see pocket aces for SR here. He's going to get some action from Frankie. And I'm wondering, did he just flatten the small blind here? I think he must have, because I can't imagine Frankie cold calling from the big blind with the 5-4. So it looks like Royalty opened the cutoff and SR. Oh, okay. Royalty limps the cutoff. I see. Nice. Okay, so Royalty limps and actually makes it to the turn here with a very interesting hand. If he gets really aggressive, then he might get SR off of these aces here.
And what a hand to have on this board.
And if Royalty didn't limp this hand, if he had decided to raise it, it's very likely he wouldn't have even made it to the turn here.
He does hold on and win with the aces.
Yeah, and it goes check, check. So Royalty thinks that pair is good enough to check down and hope it's good. It's not this time.
Based on Jello just throwing SR a $5 chip there, I think there might be some side bets going on.
Nice. Yeah, I think last week they were maybe betting like each person had like some specific cards, and if they came out on the board, then everyone else playing the game had to pay them.
Yep.
A little prop betting going on. I'm a pretty big fan of the prop betting myself. I enjoy watching that stuff. Used to do a lot more of it myself, and then recently it seems like my friends are just not in the mood to prop bet like we used to be. I don't know, maybe we grew out of it a little bit, but...
Well, Nick, I'm always here for you for the prop bets.
Yeah, dude, maybe I need to get you guys involved in a little more prop betting action. Get these next-gen guys going.
Hell, maybe we should prop bet right now on this?
What do you want to prop bet on? Biggest winner of the night between the boys?
Let me get back to you on that.
Well, you can't wait too long.
Well, I'm thinking of doing something outside of profit and losses.
Okay. You think about highest VPIP?
That would be fun. That would be fun. Yeah, we could do that. I think we'd probably take the same person, though.
Jello?
Oh, yeah, we're only doing between the three of them.
Oh, you're saying the whole table.
I was thinking
okay,
everybody.
yeah. You're taking Woodley?
Yeah, I would take Woodley. If there's anyone else you wanna take.
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I don't think so. All right, so Woodley and Frankie are in a pot right here, and Woodley's got him dead. Frankie's only drawing to chop outs. Oh, and Woodley sneakily checks it back.
Uh-oh.
If he could see Frankie's hand, I don't think he would do that. I think he'd just bet twice, but now he's definitely going to rope Frankie into another bet. Probably Frankie will lead.
I would imagine after the check back against Woodley, Frankie's definitely going to bet this river.
Yeah, and then Woodley's going to raise. And Frankie's going to be in a tough spot, but most likely I think he's going to find the fold.
Chooses a $60 wager.
And what's Woodley going to come with here?
I would think probably around the 175 range.
Okay. I'm going to say 200. Bang. And is Frankie going to get away from it?
This is what I'm talking about with Woodley. It's really hard to get away from hands.
Looks like no. I'm going to say I think he's going to call.
Yeah, just judging by mannerisms.
Yeah, exactly. His body language.
Looks like he's working himself up to it, and there it is.
There it is.
Just got to pay the man off.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't know for sure that Woodley would have gotten any more or less by taking a bet line. But he obviously knew that he was going to go for the river raise if we get a brick on the end. He gets more money the times that Frankie decides to bluff there. And probably got pretty close to the same that he would have if he had a bet and then bet again.
I think he played that hand very well.
No doubt. Constantly mixing it up. And I think that's one thing that you see guys who do play a lot of hands and play very actively. It's like one leak in their game that when they do slow down, you don't expect them to do that with the goods very often. They're thinking like, well, I'm pushing with all of these marginal hands, so when I got the goods, I'm going to be going for it. You know, they don't have that patience to slow down and check back like a strong 2-pair hand that could get value twice, and oftentimes should get value twice, but also should sometimes be slowing down so that you can protect yourself later in the hand.
Especially against strong players like this, where they're going to be paying attention to you and thinking that when you slow down, you just don't have it. So they're going to be betting for value with all of their hands as well.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Tricky way to get the maximum.
Yep.
Looks like we have an early position raise with the 10-8 suited. My favorite hand.
Oh, it makes 2-pair this time. Does give the boy an open ender to go with his bottom pair.
Going to continue betting here, and I don't know if the boy's going to fold now that he's picked up an open ender.
Yeah.
It is a monotone flop. I wouldn't mind the boy turning his hand into a bluff here. I think the shoot decides just to call. I've seen crazier things from the boy. Brick on the end here.
And Mills Mafia.
Gonna go big here.
Yeah, and he's going to go thin here. A monotone board with straightening possibilities, but I guess he's thinking if the boy had one of those very strong hands, he would have already raised him by this point. So he goes with a polarizing sizing, maybe trying to represent like an ace-king or ace-queen with one heart in his hand that decided to bet twice there. Goes with the polarizing sizing, trying to get called by one pair. Pretty sneaky.
I would say that's a pretty sneaky play right there.
Yes, it is. We've seen several sneaky plays here right off the bat.
I've actually seen people take this size with this polarizing size. I've actually seen it in Mariano's vlogs where he'll take a polarizing size with one pair when he's just so sure that his opponent has a worse kicker or a worse hand that might be suspicious of the polarizing size. So it's like a merge polarizing thing.
For
Very,
sure.
very interesting.
And Woodley probably is aware that you have to play 7-deuce offsuit to win the bounties, but he's playing this hand because it looks good to him. Two suited cards.
Look at that, the 7-deuce suited. It's like a redemption story, you know? The worst hand gets a little bit better.
For sure. And I would also say that once you make it suited, it actually jumps up way ahead in value over a bunch of other janky offsuit hands.
For sure. But unfortunate when SR actually picks up the King 10 suited of the same suit. Not so good of a hand here, but I would not be surprised to see Woodley toss in the extra $110 here.
Nope. Body language is saying no.
Oh, they clarified it. This is the moment where they clarified that 7-deuce offsuit.
Gotcha. And SR with a nice aggressive play right there. Goes for the squeeze. And good candidate, good hand to do it with. I believe he was on the button, so I think flatting or squeezing both make some sense. Just kind of depending on the players you're dealing with and how many chips you have. But I like it. Nice aggressive play. It works. It denies the equity of these two guys from seeing any cards, any community cards out there, and takes down the, what, roughly $45 pre-flop?
Well played.
Well played. Not a bad result.
See Tricky Fish limping the 3-deuce suited in plus two.
That's interesting. I feel like he looked down at that hand and he was like, this looks so pretty and playable. I just can't bring myself to fold it. But also, this table is so loose that I can't bring myself to raise it. So what is left?
He landed on limp.
I got a limp.
I just gotta.
That is Woodley in the straddle. And Woodley says, hiya! Comes in with a huge 3-bet.
The huge 3-bet with the pocket fours.
And he gets through the 5-4 suited, which had opened. Gets through Rosie.
Not gonna get through the pocket nines, though.
No, it's not, but Woodley has position, initiative, and an uncapped range. Let's see how well that can serve him here. Is he going to be able to get the 9s off by the end?
That's actually a great flop for 4s and 9s.
Mm-hmm. You're right about that. Especially that 9 of diamonds, and he's not going anywhere on the first one. The problem for Woodley here might be that he hopes he's got enough showdown value that he can check at some point.
He did just check it back on the turn there.
Mm-hmm. So now he might be thinking about just trying to get to showdown, try and beat a flush draw or an ace high float.
Oh, did he check it back? I haven't gone to the river yet. Oh.
There we go.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Oh, and this might be a card Woodley decides to turn his hand into a bluff on.
Oh,
Woodley. Oh, no.
Oh, man.
You know what? I'm a little bit disappointed in him for that one.
Oh.
Woodley, I think you'll probably listen back to this. I got to say, knowing you, I think that was a spot that you should be pouncing. The ace comes in. What do you... I mean, it just feels like... what's the other guy's moniker here? Something Mills?
Mills, yes.
Militia Mills or something?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you just have to think that he's got a pair smaller than an ace, maybe even smaller than that 10 that was out there.
Maybe this is another situation where he's aware of his image and just thinks he'll get called light.
Maybe
he can beat some small flush draws.
I mean, it came Jack Ace, right? So even if the guy has a 10, and really what it feels to me like he has is a lot of hands exactly like his pocket 9s, pocket 8s, pocket 7s, because he just initially called the 45 and then calls the 200 again when it gets back to him. So
that is true.
Feels like a lot of those hands. It could be an ace high that floats occasionally, but we bet $200 on the flop. Like, how often is he just going to just decide to, I'll just flick in 200 to see what happens on the turn, even though I got nothing? Probably not very often. So, gosh, I just got to think he's got a hand exactly like what he had. And then that ace is so pure for our range. Just surprised to not see Woodley blast him on that one. Mills Mafia. Okay, I got to try and remember that.
Mills Mafia.
Yeah, in the 1C with now the biggest chip stack on the table.
He's got ammo. Will he put it to use?
Mm-hmm.
I expect to see some pretty aggressive plays, well-timed aggressive plays from SR tonight. We've talked some poker strategy before. I expect to see him taking any and all spots that he can find.
On cue.
Opening the King-Jack offsuit and the +1.
Mm-hmm.
Gets called by a dominating hand behind him.
Yeah, Jello's got that ace jack. He's in the low jack. I think that a 3-bet's pretty prudent here. Try and isolate SR if you're going to enter the pot. He does get a pretty good result, though, as it just calls around. No one squeezes. So Mills Mafia comes in with the pocket 7s, an ace 4 offsuit, an ace 9 offsuit. So the ace jack is in a pretty sweet spot taking this flop. But Mills Mafia is going to still have the best hand. Outflops them all on a very clean board for 2 7s.
I'm actually pretty surprised to see it go around without getting squeezed on this table.
Yeah, no doubt. So this checks around on the turn. Looks like it's going to check around on the river, too. Jello giving him a nice light float there on the flop. For 35 with the ace high. Had a jack of hearts to go with it.
It looks to me like Mills Mafia just made the easiest $175 of his entire life.
He did have to be brave enough to bet 35 into like 6 people on the flop, so gets a little bit of credit for that. But yeah, checks around 2 times. Nobody fights back. Woodley has a pair of 4s. Guess he thought that was enough showdown value to hope he just wins when they make it to the end. Not this time.
And not last time either.
Not last time either. This time it made sense to me.
Yeah, agreed.
Just so you guys know, if you're interested in playing in this live stream, that is available to you. Just got to contact these Next Gen Poker Boys on their social media, either on their Instagram page or their YouTube page in the description box. You can find a link. They will help you sign up for their Discord, which is also the list that they draw from to fill the seats for this game. So if you guys are interested in playing, just contact them on Instagram, and they will personally help you get signed up.
They've got a pretty big community growing in there now.
Yeah.
Almost 100 people.
Awesome. Almost 100 people just talking poker, posting success stories, bad beats. It's basically like a forum. If any of you old school guys remember the 2+2 forum days, it's very similar to that with much sleeker software and a more private community.
Exclusive, you might say.
A lot less trolling than 2+2 had. So it looked like Tricky Fish went for a little squeeze himself there from the big blind with the Jack-9 suited. I believe that was open flat, and he squeezes. Could have just called. I think both options could be okay sometimes. Personally, I would mostly just be calling, but Tricky Fish is tricky by name, so.
I think I do have to take some, I don't know whether to say credit or responsibility for that one. I've been known in our little group chat to be attracted to the Jack suiteds, the Jack 8, Jack 9 suiteds. It's become a bit of a meme.
So do you think it's possible he was doing that as a shout out to you?
Honestly, it's well received. Appreciate you, Tricky Fish. Royalty with a beautiful hand. Let's see what he's going to decide to do. It does decide to squeeze here. Oh, it wasn't even a squeeze, just an open from the cutoff. Going to be attacking Woodley with 8-7 suited here. He's going to get it through.
Picked a good time to do that. And that is interesting to see, actually, because we've already seen Royalty make a couple of passive plays, flatting with the 2 9s in the small blind, open limping the 10-6 suited in the cutoff. But now shows us that he's got multiple gears as he goes for the isolation against Woodley's likely light open, and he was correct about that.
I'm actually surprised to see the selection of hands that he chose to do each one with. I think the 9s was probably was something I would choose to isolate more than the 8-7 suited, where I'd probably flat and take a flop in position. What do you think about that?
I think that makes sense. I think that he's probably thinking about it in the same vein, but maybe thinking that he would rather build the pot when he's in position and keep it more manageable when he's out of position. But I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense too. And really, I think that you could mix all of them. You could do some flatting out of position and in position and some raising in both as well. And that it's more so about the percentages of each one and the other hands that you're doing it with that allow you to do it with the hands that you have that time. You know, you got to protect those ranges and make sure that you're not leaving yourself exposed to get exploited over and over again. So I think as long as you're, I don't want to use the word balance because I don't think you have to be perfectly balanced, but maybe more just so like capable of making a play at different times and keeping your opponents on their toes so that they can't just hammer you. Yeah, I think that both could make sense.
Oh, and look what we got here.
Oh, yeah.
The stand-up game.
Oh, yeah. Get a little table talk going here. Turn up the mic just a little bit for y'all while we're doing the stand-up game. And if you are not familiar with the stand-up game, what these boys are going to be doing is continuing to play while everyone is up out of their seat. If you win a hand, you get to sit down. If you are the last one standing, you have to pay everyone at the table a bounty, which usually they do $10 paid to each person. It's a 9-handed table, so if you're the last one up, you're having to pay out $80 from your stack. And really, even more so than the money, it's about the pride. And Mr. Tricky Fish right here doubles up on him. Naki comes in very first hand with the 7-deuce offsuit. So not only does he win and get to sit down, but he also collects an immediate $80 bounty. So that's like a $160 swing for him right there.
Oh, my goodness. What a time. Now, I've had my opinions about trying to get involved with 7-deuce while the stand-up game is going on. It typically never works because people are already suspicious of you. But when it happens, we saw Jello take it down last time during the stand-up game with 7-deuce.
That's right.
When it happens, it's just an fulfillment.
You feel fulfilled.
Just like a flood of dopamine. Nothing like it.
Oh, yeah. Nothing like it. Get to stick it to your buddies twice at once.
Everyone just, oh, no. This guy.
Frankie rocking the Ray-Bans tonight. Looking slick.
Changed a whole new style out there today.
Yeah,
Not
dude.
only just I almost want to say like corduroy jacket.
Yeah.
Right? But also the sunglasses.
Yeah. And he got some new polo kicks there, too. Went with the layers on the jacket. I mean, it's almost like a combination between a jacket and an overshirt or something.
I almost don't even know who this guy is.
Yeah.
I actually did see these shoes. I got a preview of these new shoes before. I made a joke saying, oh, I spent $700 on shoes, did you? And he's like, these were less than $100.
Yeah. Yeah, they kind of trick you on those polo ones. I've actually got a pair of those myself. Not the black and white. I got the red, white, and blue, but they are much, much more affordable than you might think. Good pick by Frankie. And we've got the boy. 2 pairs going to be good at showdown here. This pot got a little bit big. Kind of missed the action on that one. Sorry about that, guys, but the boy scoops in almost a $400 pot and is able to sit down. And that leaves 7 remaining. And yes, guys, that is Rosie rocking the Cooper Rush football jersey today. That is the backup quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys, who recently had to play for several weeks while the starter was out. Did a good job. But I'm pretty sure that Rosie is rocking the jersey as a meme, which I got respect for that.
I was actually out there in the cash game streets before we started this commentary, this live stream, and there was a joke saying that I have no idea about anything with football. Who's the quarterback for the Cowboys right now?
Dak Prescott.
Yeah, so they were talking about saying they love him because he'll find some way to lose the game. And they were saying bring Cooper back.
Yeah.
So that's how we're feeling out there in the cash game streets at Poker House Dallas.
That's funny. That's funny. Well, just my 2 cents is that I don't think you can count on Dak to lose the game until you're in the playoffs. And then you can count on anyone playing quarterback for the Cowboys to lose the game. They've done it without fail for about 25 years now, so you need to bring back Troy Aikman. You guys hit us in the chat. Anybody watching football today? Who you pulling for? Who's your team? Hit us in the chat. Who you think's going to win the stand-up game right here? Looks like Jello scoops one and is able to sit down, and there are 6 remaining.
And while you're typing up your predictions there, make sure you hit the like button on the stream.
Nice. Good idea, John. Goes a long way for us, guys, and it's totally free for you. Putting in quite a bit of time, effort, and money over here at Poker House Dallas to get this live stream set up. Provide some entertainment for you guys.
I mean, look at the improvements that we've seen here.
Yeah, it's looking slick. I can guarantee you Frankie wanted to open that hand right there. He looked down at King 9 offsuit and the hijack.
Just emotions flooding into him like, I can win, I can sit down.
I can sit down, exactly.
Correctly passes on it.
Yes, he does, and you can see that it wouldn't have gone well
No, it would not. Because Woodley has the 8-5 suited.
Yeah, you're not even worried about Mr. Mills with the ace-jack suited.
No, Woodley has the 8-5.
Woodley's got a playable hand, so.
Oh,
Ooh.
I bet he's kicking himself right now.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Frankie should probably be opening that hand in the hijack with the stand-up game on. Just kidding. Just kidding. Okay, and Mills wins with the C-bet there.
We have Tiny in the chat saying he'll be coming over to update the cameras and make them look even better.
Really?
Just working out the schedule.
That's awesome. Nice, Tiny. I didn't know you were in that kind of biz. That's sweet. And it appears that we are actually getting more in the chat than what we're receiving.
So we're not receiving a lot of the chats over on our side here, but I do have the stream up on my phone.
Yeah,
and
cool.
I'll be responding to the chat.
Good idea. I'm going to pull that up too.
We'll get that fix going forward, guys.
So Mr. Jack, my BFF, also from our little Haslet House poker group, says that we should both pick a player, and each time that player makes a pair, we owe each other $50.
I think. What do you think about that price point?
I'm so conflicted on prop bet price points because we go and play poker and bet $50, $100, $1,000 like it's no big deal. But then as soon as I'm like betting on other things, like $50 feels pretty expensive.
Yeah, right.
I'm not like a crazy prop bet, like high stakes gambler. I do it more just for the fun and the sweat.
Yeah, just for the sweat. Like if that sounds like a fun bet, but I'd want to do it for like $10. $50, like, all right, Jack, I see. You like to gamble out here.
Okay, so let's do it.
Okay, well, I think we need to pick two people who are going to be in the same amount of pots. So.
Well, let's just each pick a person.
Okay.
You can pick first.
I'm gonna pick the boy.
Oh, okay. Are we playing? They get dealt a pocket pair, or they make a pair on the board?
Ooh, interesting. Okay.
If we're playing, they get dealt a pocket pair. We could each pick like 2 or 3 people if you want.
Let's not do the pocket pair thing because sometimes the reader will fold their hand before it even reads it if they fold real quick, and you won't even see it.
But would they fold a pocket pair before it even?
That's interesting. Probably not. No, let's do pair on the board.
Okay.
Let's do pair on the board.
If they just make a pair.
Any pair.
And that includes a pocket pair.
Yeah.
Okay. And you want the boy.
It's between the boy or Woodley.
What if we each take 2 people and we can do a draft order? You pick first, I'll pick 2 people, and then you pick the 4th one.
Okay.
So you get first and last pick, and I'll get the 2 in the middle.
I'll pick Woodley.
Okay. He takes Woodley. I am going to take Tricky Fish.
Do you take 2 in a row, or?
Oh, yeah, right. Okay, I'll take Tricky Fish, and I will take... SR.
Okay.
I'm going to take these 2 guys sitting right next to each other here.
I'm taking Woodley and the boy then.
Okay, cool.
So $10 every time either of them flops a pair or gets dealt a pocket pair.
Makes a pair. $10. And you are friends with both of my picks, right?
I am.
Okay, nice. So that'll be conflicting for you. They're doing good and you're losing money.
Hey, just because they're my friends doesn't mean I'm rooting for them.
Okay. That's fair enough. That's a fair point. Okay, so SR opens and Frankie flats behind him. They're both early position here.
You got a good chance to make a pair here.
We do.
And you don't.
We don't. you have
not.
Woodley in the... Oh,
Woodley
yeah,
and the
yeah.
boy.
Yeah, you're right. Both of my guys are in there. No pair, but we could have a turn card coming here. Woodley has an open-ender. Frankie has second pair, backdoor flush draw. So, yeah, probably both of my players are going to be out of here if Frankie bets. He does. Bet 75 into 125. Bets for protection. Bets for some value. Gets that value from Woodley. And John's making us a little chart here so we can keep track. Love it. Tiny's telling us that we need to ban the spammer, but actually we invited them in, Tiny, because we heard that they have an 84% rate of finding love with them. So thought our chat might be interested.
I can vouch for sure.
Sorry, Tiny. We don't have it. I personally don't have any power to do that. If Eric is on the line here and listening, maybe he can do something about it.
That was a good one. That was a good one. You got me.
So Frankie checks back on the turn here, which makes
Woodley
a lot of sense.
Woodley makes
a pair. John is getting a mark here. I owe him $10. And now can Frankie find the call? Woodley doesn't really have any ace kings here. He could have, I mean, even 8-9 seems like a little bit of a stretch, but possible. So some 2 pairs are possible, Jack 10, Queen 10, but yeah, Frankie finds the call, and I don't blame him there. Frankie shows, Woodley mucks, and Woodley, interestingly enough, decides to turn his pair into, I guess, a bluff here. I don't think he's probably going for value that thin.
I didn't see the size. What did he choose for a size?
I think it was maybe it was 175.
That was over half the pot, I'm assuming.
I'm sorry, I can't remember.
I would say if he was betting big, it was a bluff. But if he was betting small, I wouldn't even put it past him to go for some ridiculously.
Yeah, no, I don't think it was small. It might have been a little less than half the pot, but I think it was a little bit more, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Good call by Frankie.
I think you messed up in who you picked.
You think so?
I think so. I'm pretty happy with my side of this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think SR is going to get into as many pots as you might think he is.
Well, to be fair, as we were making the selections, he raised with King 8 suited under the gun.
You know what? I'm just going to have to shut my mouth.
Which isn't that, it's not crazy, but it says he's getting in there.
He's getting in there for sure.
And Jello getting in there with the 7 deuce off.
There he is.
It's going to be some next gen on next gen action with a cold call from Mills in between. I'm guessing Frankie is just going to call here. He might be tempted to go for a 4-bet after Mills cold calls, and there's an extra $100 out there. But this isn't the combo from U1. Oh, wow. And he just folds.
Very interesting. I wouldn't have been surprised to see him flat there. I think that would be my go-to approach with the dead money in there.
Mm-hmm. I can't blame him for folding, as that hand interacts pretty heavily with the 3-betting range and cold calling range. And so even though your hand looks really pretty, you're out of position, your range is going to be capped, and you're dominated. And you're in the worst relative position to the original raiser, too. So a lot of stuff working against you, and pretty much the only thing working for you is that you got a pretty hand. But Jello is saying that he has a better hand. And this time, Frankie has to see the really bad news, which is he would have made second pair. And now he's paying Jello, who exposes the 7 deuce off, scoops in the $80.
And the glory.
And the glory.
And the glory.
Which is really more relevant than the $80, right?
Way more relevant. Like, I think that if you were to go around asking the players that play on this live stream, they were going to go around and be like, you think it's worth it to put in $1,000 to try to win that $80 bounty? And they would say, it's not about that.
Yeah.
You just don't get it.
It's not about that, dude. It's about the glory.
I'll tell you, when I first started playing the 7 deuce off, I played it on a TCH live stream. I played the 7 deuce off, and when I took it down, I almost forgot that I was going to get any money from it. It was about the glory.
It was about the glory at that point. It's funny.
It was about hearing the moans from people when I turned it over.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. Woodley picking up the Cowboys here against Jello, who just limped in the +1. He might go for the squeeze.
Yeah, especially because royalty flats here.
Wait, I get another $10 because Woodley picked up a pocket pair. Oh boy, we're going well here.
Mark it down. I'm gonna owe you $100 by the end of this, or more.
Oh, he just calls.
Yeah, that's good.
And he is going to flop a massive
wow.
hand. Whoa.
Everybody's got something, dude. So Royalty has a flush draw. Jello's got top 2, and Woodley has 2 kings. He's probably not going away on the first street.
I would imagine a raise is coming here from Jello.
Which then would probably get Woodley off of his hand.
We have the potential for some blood here. There goes the raise. Pretty standard, I think.
And Woodley checked and is most likely going to fold here and actually lose the bare minimum. Just his $35 open pre-flop.
I don't know. Sometimes those kings are just, they just look too good.
Sure. I guess I'm just thinking that if he was willing to check it to get information from his opponents and then they tell him bet raise, that it feels like he got the information he needed. But you're right. Maybe it's going to just be so pretty. He's got to peel one time here.
It's easy to justify to think that if it yeah, here it goes.
Oh, goodness.
It's easy to see that if maybe it checks to Royalty here. He puts in a bet with like a jack, and then Jello here could be raising with a draw. It's easy to convince yourself that these are possible.
It is possible. I mean, I agree that it's possible. We see Royalty does just have a draw, and Jello could have easily had a draw himself. But, I mean, not only do you have to hope that is the case now, you also have to hope they don't hit those draws and that they slow down and let you go to showdown. You still got 2 more streets of betting, so
well,
pretty optimistic.
One thing's for sure is Cash Money Jello over here is elated.
Yeah.
They both called.
Yep. And notice Jello's got 73%. Woodley is almost dead. And Royalty has about 23% to hit that flush.
That was enough for Woodley to realize his kings are no good.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Oh, and Royalty's going to give it up too.
That could have been a lot worse than it was.
Yeah.
But Jello did decide to bet pretty healthy there on the turn. Almost like a little over a third of his stack, it looked like.
Yeah, I bet 250 into 400 and had, looked like about, how much would that leave him behind? About 500?
Yeah. A little bit less, I think. 450.
Yeah. Okay. So if he gets called there, it's going to be about a half-size pot bet left. Be about 900 out there.
I don't know what I would have done in that moment. I feel like I probably would have bet like 175.
Yeah.
And then jammed the ripper for a little bit more. I don't know if that's right or not, though. It's probably just what I would have done.
Yeah, I don't know. When you get called 2 ways, you know, he can't see the cards, so if Royalty, for example, had like the nut flush draw there, maybe he continues again.
Oh, because he
just had 10 high.
He just had 10 high.
Yeah, and like if when you see Woodley open and then call after bet and raise, I mean, you're probably thinking somebody's got at least an ace.
Yeah, that's fair.
Right.
Did we just see a raise and take it? I gotta go talk. I gotta go talk to these guys. This is not right.
So don't forget, guys, the stand-up game is still going on.
SR and Rosie standing up there. There might be someone else standing up, but we can't see with the camera angle just yet.
And this gets interesting as you get down to the final 2 or 3 players left standing, because it can become a battle. They know that oh, yeah, it looks like Royalty is still standing as well.
Oh, boy. Royalty's going to get in there with dominated suits. We would hate to see a all-spade board here. That would be disaster for Royalty. I want to see a king or a queen on here for the side bet. We did not. Always a sweat.
Yeah. I'm not liking my picks.
I drafted champions, Nick. Champions. VPIP champions.
VPIP champs.
Interesting card here. Jack does get there.
Sounds like some heavy action out on the floor right now.
They are excited out there.
No doubt. And Cash Money Jello scoops in another one.
Bangs off top on the turn there.
It sounds like people are cheering for the football game. What do we got going? I think it's probably the Cowboys game, the end of it. Ooh, looks like the Cowboys lost an OT.
Ooh.
Spoiler alert.
So it does look like they're doing prop bets out there based on they each pick a card, and this is Tricky Fish's favorite way to do this. They'll each pick a card, and if that card appears on the flop, they get $5. If it appears on the turn, they get $15. And if it appears on the river, they get $30.
Okay.
That's what they did last time. They're doing it again, it looks like.
I like that.
I can't imagine the boy folding the king 4 suited here, especially being in the straddle.
So Rosie just lets go of the big blind there with the 10-9 suited versus the button open.
Look at the boy. I said I didn't think he'd let it go, and let it go he did not.
He did not. And then Rosie gives a fist pump after folding the 10-9 suited with the straddle still left to act behind him, and Rosie's still in the stand-up game. So he gives the fist pump thinking this means the boy has the goods.
Little does he know. Well, he had the best hand. But
He did. I mean, technically, Frankie's got the best hand. And
for a second I thought SR was still in the hand and he was about to move his stack. Frankie's going to peel here with the pocket 5. See, this is what I was talking about. When you watch the boy play on live stream, this is probably his 3rd appearance. After a while, you don't want to fold anything into his 3-bets. Very, very aggressive player and very competent player as well. Knows where he's at. I don't think that the 5s of Frankie here is going to be able to hold on for more than one street.
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, I'm a little surprised to see Frankie even call, but I guess with how much they have behind, he's thinking, man, if I just hit that set, I'm going to stack him a lot. But it leads you out into the woods a little bit here because now you have no idea where you're at. I mean, Frankie, I guarantee you in Frankie's head, he's thinking he's still got the best hand a huge percentage of the time. Probably expects the boy to c-bet here with all of his combos of ace-king and ace-queen. But like you said, it's hard to just hold on that long.
Like
an underpair to the board.
You're just calling down hoping, like, please stop betting. Please stop
Yeah,
betting.
exactly.
And they keep betting. And you're just like, at what point are you just going to be like, okay, I believe you.
Yeah, right.
You know? Probably before your whole stack is in the middle, so.
Yeah, and the longer that you wait, the more money that's out there, and it becomes more and more painful to let it go.
So I'm happy to see Frankie stay disciplined there, stick to the plan, try to flop the set, or don't. Although it's hard on that board.
Yeah.
That's one of those boards, you know?
Chris Mays liked the stream. Oh, Chris Mays shared the stream. Let's go.
Ooh, all right.
I mean, that's top-notch help right there.
We just hit 50 viewers as well.
Yeah,
Welcome,
nice.
guys.
Guys, give the stream a like. Pop off in the chat for us. It's actually not coming through on our side for our stream software, but we've got it pulled up on our phones here, so we are keeping an eye on the chat. And Would love to engage with you. Talk to us about the action on the table or anything else.
It looks like we got canceled out here. Both of our runners hit a pair.
My first pair.
Your first pair. And you get nothing.
And this is a dominated pair against the same pair, so
Tricky Fish loving his spot here with the king of diamonds.
yeah.
Does get there, makes the second nuts here.
A little sad for him. That ace on the turn could be an action killer, and now his diamond, the diamond that makes his hand a flush is also an action killer. He would have preferred to just see 2 bricks there.
Agreed.
Just got another notification about Chris sharing the stream. I don't know if that's on another platform or if we're just getting duplicates, but Chris, if that is you out there sharing on multiple social platforms, we really appreciate that. And even if you just did it once, we double appreciate it. Because that is about the best thing you can do for us. So we got Royalty, SR, and Rosie still in the stand-up game. And you heard SR right there say he just wants to sit down. Maybe an underrated part of the stand-up game, John, you can answer this for me. I haven't actually played myself, but maybe an underrated part of it is not just wanting to sit down for the pride purposes, but also just for the comfort. Do you just get tired of standing?
I can tell you the last time when it was me and Jack left in the stand-up game. When he went with the 7 deuce, I was upset that I had to pay $80.
Yeah.
But there was a sense of relief that just washed
You're
over
like,
me. I
thank
was
goodness,
like,
I can sit down now.
Finally. I can rest my little legs.
Yeah.
Because after the 20 or 30 minute, I mean, it went on for over 20 minutes last time.
Yeah, and if
After
you see
that-
Rosie here, you're kind of leaning over the table and stuff too, right?
It's like, oh, man. Oh, now one of my runners, his cards aren't even reading. Oh, there we go. The queen 7 and hits the pair.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, man, Nick, I think you're going to have to complain to our friend Jack Peterson here about putting this idea in our heads.
Well, Jack said he was just talking about pocket pairs, so I think I can only blame myself.
What happens if he hits 2 pair?
Yeah, you get another one.
Is that technically 2 pair?
No, that is not. Come on.
What if he hit a queen at the end?
Yeah, that should probably still just be one.
Yeah, let's just count it as 1 pair per hand. I think that's a better way to do it.
Okay, fair enough.
It's like a checkbox. Did they hit a pair or not?
Okay.
Yeah.
And Rosie has the best hand here, dude. And barring some crazy raise from Woodley, which there is not, looks like Woodley just pays him off.
No, it looks like Woodley bet.
Oh, Woodley bet. Yeah, you're right.
Rosie has a pretty easy snap call.
My bad.
Yeah.
And Rosie gets to sit down.
Just like that.
Congrats to Rosie, and we are down to 2 in the stand-up game.
You want to prop bet on who sits down first in the stand-up
Let's go.
game?
Another 10.
Yeah, another 10 on who sits down. I'm going to pick... actually, since you're losing, you can pick. I'll take the
And
other
you
one.
picked first last time.
Okay, yeah,
I think that's more relevant.
Yeah, go ahead and pick.
Okay, I'm going to take... Oh, goodness. I'm going to take SR.
Okay. I was going to say, you better do it before his card show.
Yeah.
All right, I got Royalty. Oh, and SR probably...
Come on, baby. If he makes a pair and wins the hand, I can get my money back here. Or get to only stuck 10, I guess. I'm stuck $30 now, guys.
We'll keep you guys updated with the results.
All right, we got a chance.
You
SR is coming in with the raise.
It probably just felt good for you to pick the guy that you're already.
Yeah, that's kind of why I went for it.
Yeah.
Max pain, max joy.
Woodley's going to defend. Come on, Woodley.
Yeah, the boy's in there too, dude.
Oh, man. Here we go. No diamonds.
Put an ace out there.
Oh, boy.
You got a pair.
I got a pair.
Dang it.
I just want to thank Jack Peterson for putting this idea in our heads. I've been going through a downswing. This is going to help a lot.
Like Rosie making some social media content over there.
He's always working. He's dedicated to his craft.
The boy bets the flop to protect his hand. The other two guys are out of there.
And we still have a stand-up game going now.
Yeah, and SR is down another $50 while still having to be up out of his seat.
He puts on the double straddle. Oh, apparently, I don't know. Oh, no, it's a double straddle. Yeah. Aces for Jello here.
Ooh. Jello just gonna limp over the double straddle. And Woodley falls for it. Little bit surprised to see Woodley fall into this one. I thought he would probably just call. The boys are known a little bit for being sneaky with these limps, but he walks into it. Royalty calls for 100. Desperately trying to sit down.
Desperately trying to sit down.
Not going to happen this time. There's $270 in the middle.
Oh, boy, and there it is.
Jello's smiling so big. He's cheesing while he's raising.
I bet there was some sort of comment like, oh, here we go.
Yeah, right. Woodley calls, gives him action. Jello goes with the small sizing. It went 20 over double straddle. 100, 100, 250 from Jello on the back raise.
It's two pair, but we'll just call it one.
Oh my gosh, and this is nasty.
This is nasty on multiple fronts here.
Oh my gosh, and Woodley shoves.
Just shoves. There's no way that Jello's going to get away from
No,
this.
he's not folding. Look at him, he's going, what the heck just happened? He does still have 22% equity, assuming he calls here, which I'd be basically blown away to see him fold.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
There's no way you can fold.
No.
Woodley can easily do this with a draw. Oh, man.
Wow.
Rough one for Jello. Woodley raise calling the Queen-8 suited, inflicting maximum pain.
That is pain. Oh no. Woodley.
That's what he. That's what he does.
Man, that's what he does. Bust the two aces. Yikes. Daniel asked in the chat saying, what's up, everyone? What's up to you, Daniel? Welcome in.
We also have a shout out for Tricky Fish from Sriram Rajagopalan, as he goes by Raj in our friend group.
I was going to say, you just nailed that, but I guess you've said that one before.
I have. Raj is a regular here around the poker house. Plays the 1-2, sometimes the 2-5.
Very cool. Welcome in, Raj. Tiny says, ouch for sure. Yeah, dude, that was brutal. Feel bad for Jello there. Set the trap.
I'm sure he doesn't feel bad about the way he played it, though.
No, not at all. What can you do? Set the trap, got two players to fall into it.
And then got called with the squeeze by Queen-8 suited. All you can ask for. That's all you can ask for.
No doubt.
Looks like you hit a pair. You did it.
I hit triples, dude.
Oh, you did. All right. That was a mercy hand right there for you.
Yeah, I need it.
All
I
right.
need it.
I don't think Rosie will be going anywhere. Neither will SR.
Yeah, and I've got a nice sweat here to make another pair.
You do.
So Tricky Fish probably isn't going anywhere here. And it's going to come down to SR needing to hit a king or an 8, and he does not.
$330 in this pot. And let's see if Rosie can find a fold here. I doubt he will from Tricky Fish.
Did this
but
check through on the turn?
It might have, but he's also betting into 4 people. Really, really tough spot here to fold for $100. It's getting almost 5 to 1. And he lets it go. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, Rosie is just a master of discipline.
Honestly, like I've hardly ever seen Rosie react emotionally to anything that happens to him at the poker table.
Right.
Always just a rock, a solid, composed player.
No doubt.
Just able to sit there and be like, yeah, I'm getting great odds, but he's betting into 4 people. Is he ever bluffing here for that size?
Yeah, I think a lot of people will just convince themselves like, well, I'm getting a good price and I never know what someone might do. I just want to see what he's got, so I'm not going to fold a pair. And I think Rosie is more so like, if I don't think the hand is good, I'm just going to fold it. And I don't think it's good, so.
Just no attachment whatsoever to it. Just like,
right.
I'm beat. I fold.
Exactly.
I think we could all learn a lot from that. I know I can learn a lot from that.
Mr. Eddie Bat just hopped in the chat. That's nice. I need to coin that. We got Eddie Bat in the chat.
Eddie Bat in the chat.
The Bat's in the chat.
The winner of Danielle's birthday bash tournament.
Oh, yeah, dude.
$50,000.
50. Jeez.
And then the winner of the Badoogie tournament and Choctaw.
Did he really?
He won the Badoogie tournament.
Wow.
At Choctaw against Rebecca Thompson, heads up.
Really?
Took
wow.
it down.
What a great experience. Congratulations, Eddie. Haven't seen Rebecca in the chat tonight, but if you're out there, Rebecca, congrats on second place, too. That's fun.
Look at this flop, and you hit a pair. You have a pair.
I got a pair, boys.
Look at this flop. Flop's a boat for Mills Mafia, and he's got SR raising him on the flop.
Wow.
Drawing stone dead.
Yeah. And maybe getting desperate to sit down.
If we see a 3 here, oh, that would be...
Mills plays it cool and just calls. Let's see if he can get any more money out of SR. How frisky is SR feeling?
He does check it.
Oh, check. Mills checks back his boat.
SR is done with the hand.
Yeah, I think so too. But that was Mills' only chance to get any more money was to check back there. He does. Bets. And SR might be getting a little frustrated. We've seen him enter several pots now trying to take his seat. Made a couple of aggressive actions that may or may not have been related directly to the stand-up game, but they haven't worked out, and he is still out of his chair. It's probably been a good 20 minutes now since we started the stand-up game, John.
I think his calves might be getting tired.
Yeah, right?
We got Eddie saying he just busted out of the main.
Ooh,
about an
sorry,
hour
Eddie.
ago.
Yeah, that's tough, dude.
Good job on making day 2. I'm sure you guys cashed at this point.
Yeah, it looks like he got 62nd.
That's still pretty good. What a run for Eddie.
Yeah.
Been killing it lately.
Little Hita.
Uh-oh, here goes Jello again. With the 7 deuce.
Oh, yeah. It's going to get called multiple ways. Kind of surprised to see the boy come in with the call from you two with the 9-8 offsuit.
He's got to know he's going to get squeezed.
Maybe he just was listening to the commentary and is trying to make a pair for you.
Oh, man. What a guy.
What a guy.
What
He
a
does
guy.
get squeezed. It's SR.
And he's got a hand to do it with this time. But unfortunately, your horse got my horse out of here.
And there it is, dude. Knock $10 off of my tally there. Royalty is out of here. Woo! Let's go.
Gosh. Just like that.
Just like that. SR sits down. I wish he had a pocket pair. That would have really made things sweet. But we have gone from me being $50 in the hole, 5 units in the hole, to only 2 in the hole. We've got a winner in the stand-up game, or I guess I should say a loser in the stand-up game, as we have 8 winners, all getting paid $10 from Mr. Royalty. But more importantly, the agony of losing the game, the hit to the pride.
Look at him. Look at him.
Oh, yeah, he's
disgusted.
devastated.
He's disgusted. He's not the type of person to lose the stand-up game. And you can see.
For sure.
That last week when I lost the stand-up game, it was my first time losing the stand-up game.
Ooh.
And I played the stand-up game a lot.
Is it hard to even talk about it?
It honestly is. I had a nightmare about it last night, a week later.
Yeah, and then now you're having to relive it live for 52 of our closest friends. There's the V-pips, and you would have been correct in predicting that, as Woodley has a 20% clearance over second place.
No doubt. No doubt.
I mean, Mills is rocking 44% V-pip, which is very healthy for a full ring game.
As he picks up pocket kings.
Oh, sweet.
You think he'll get any respect having a 44% V-pip?
You know, the 44% feels a little surprising to me. I wouldn't have guessed it was that high, so I'm not sure what the other players are thinking about it.
How they're observing it. Maybe they, it seems like everyone's always entering pots, and it's hard to keep track of who, you know.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be pretty easy for him to get respect here, because it's going to be a cold 4-bet, as it was open, call, call.
He goes big, too.
Jello squeezes from the big blind.
Gets it through.
And it said that he was in +2 there. Did he possibly limp and then limp cold 4-bet?
Oh, man.
Because, look, the button is way over there. I think that is what happened.
And they're reading the V-pips out now for everybody. You see Rosie is the 14% V-pip.
We need to modify the next gen stream rules. There's a strat where 9 is strat. Get that number up. 37 weak sauce. Weak sauce right there.
And Woodley's got a pair.
Raise to 45 from 4.
Looks like our buddy Jack's going to be reloading here.
3 players.
And it looks like our players are taking a flop here.
Oh.
Who's going to make a pair?
Woodley already made a
Woodley
pair.
has one. Boy whiffs. Evan's not going anywhere. We're going to see a turn and probably a river.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere.
Got a gut shot and the nut flush draw.
Just takes it down.
Oh, okay. Just takes
All right.
it down. Well, that's a little unfortunate for me, but
Not the greatest flop for the 4s there.
no, it's not. Nice for you, though, as you get out flopped and still win $10.
Yep, that is true. Anybody who's watching here, we're going to keep this game going after the stream tonight. So if you want to stop on by and play some 2-5 with us later tonight, come on by. Might even have 2 tables going.
Nice. They've gotten 2 or 3 tables going several times recently. And, yeah, guys, just to give a shout-out to the room here, we are at Poker House of Dallas. It is the premier poker destination in the DFW community. The aesthetics of the room are unbelievable. It's spacious, artistic, beautiful. The tables have plenty of room for you to not feel like you're in a sardine can. The cleanliness is off the charts. Great staff. And a great selection of games. We have 1-2 deep stacked $500 buy-in games running around the clock. We get bomb pots going around the clock, $5 and $10 ante-bomb pots. Those are 4-card and 5-card options where you get 4 cards to your whole cards, and then everybody antes and takes a flop, and then the betting starts from there. And those are double boards, so you get 2 full boards of community cards, split pot between who wins each board. Those games are running all the time. We have 2-5 running nightly, and we have probably my favorite, which is Mix Madness Tuesdays. Oh yeah, it's a good time.
Madness Tuesdays.
Yeah, every Tuesday we have been starting at 1 p.m., but this week we're actually going to be starting at 11 a.m. due to popular demand. So if you guys are interested in playing some mix games, those are stud, draw, and some flop games like Dramaha. And if you're interested in getting in on that, playing some stud 8, playing some deuce to 7 triple draw, playing some Badoogie, some Badacey, some Baducey, and we even play one, my personal favorite, John, which is Razducey.
Oh, super Razducey.
Super Razducey. I don't know if they're ready for that, but
that's like the highest level you can go.
Right. So Razducey is the game Baducey, where you're playing half of the pot goes to the best deuce to 7 hand, and half of the pot goes to the best Badoogie hand. And it is played as a stud game, 7-card stud. So if you remember 7-card stud from back in the day and want to get in on the action, we have had 2 full tables and a list every week for the last 4 weeks.
Even more.
The player pool is building. We're having a good time every week. It's very social. It's limit games, guys, so you can't lose your whole stack at once, which makes everybody have a good time. Yeah, it's been a great time for us, and we're going to be doing that this Tuesday as well, starting at 11 a.m. and usually run until about 1 in the morning. Although we did have it one time run for 2 days straight. Do you remember that?
2 whole days. I remember I came in Wednesday, the day after, it was still going. And then I came in Thursday morning, and the game was still running. Unbelievable. And I think you missed that there for a second, Nick, just to keep everyone updated on how much you're getting wrecked in this side bet. The boy got dealt pocket 5s, and Woodley just got dealt pocket queens.
Wow.
Took it down with a 3-bet.
I did not see that.
We got a shout out for the software hating action. Thanks to Daniel Scott Limser has liking the stream. Make sure you guys follow his lead and hit the like button on the stream. Helps us out, sends us out to the algorithm. Help us become the new premier live stream from the Dallas area.
Oh, yeah.
The Pocket Queens make another appearance here. This time in seat 1, Mills Mafia. Bumping it up to $185 here. Massive. Oh, not that massive, actually. I thought he just opened over a few limps.
Yeah, this is a 3-bet over the boy here. Gonna deny his equity, which I really appreciate. No, probably not. I'm sure he's gonna feel. Oh, he let it go. There we go. Also denied equity to Mr. Woodley there, who had the ace-jack offsuit. Thought for a second we might see Woodley consider a cold 4-bet, as that was multiple limps, and then an ISO on the button, widest raising range, and then the 3-bet from the small blind, and Woodley's in the big blind with the ace-jack off. So pretty sweet spot to go for a cold 4. But not a mandatory spot, of course, and Woodley wisely gave it up that time, as I don't think Pocket Queens is going anywhere.
If I had to guess, I don't know if Woodley's actually considering this or not, but it seems to me like someone with his image, especially attacking a situation and a configuration where he's likely to be bluffing, probably doesn't want to do that without the goods. Because he's already not going to get as much respect.
Got Mr. Daniel S. in the chat saying Poker House of Dallas is the best poker club I have played in all of Dallas. No doubt, dude. And there are several in the area now giving us lots of poker options, but this is where I find myself playing some live 1-2, 2-5 and mixed game cash games. And they've got tournaments every night of the week. Like you just mentioned, had a huge tournament recently where Eddie took down $50,000 for first place. Great turnout. The room is booming. We've got probably 10 cash game tables going almost every night now.
We got 10 going on there right now.
Sweet. and SR makes a pair. Oh, he was on it. Okay, so
I'm on it.
he was on it. Thought he was trying to pull a fast one on me, but
I am on it.
Tiny just became a mod.
Welcome, Tiny, to the mod club.
We're not even in the mod club.
You're right, we're not. we got to get something fixed out around here.
So, Tiny, what do you think about inviting us to the mod club?
It seems ridiculous that we're not in the mod club. Once again, apologize for the visual lag here, or the silhouette, you could say.
Yeah.
Running into a little bit of technical difficulties over here, trying our best to keep that under wraps. You know, there's just some growing pains. You can see the new cameras, all the, the increased quality, but it's always going to be growing pains whenever we improve.
For
Make
sure.
sure to get that figured out for you guys.
In a way, it's not the end of the world because it kind of just gives it like a little watermark of the company's brand. But yeah, definitely you wouldn't want it there all the time.
That should be going away soon.
So Frankie opens from under the gun 1 with ace queen off. Gets defended multiple ways. See Mills Mafia choosing just a flat with the ace 10 suited, which I think is totally reasonable against an early position open.
Oh.
But it does allow Woodley to come in on the button.
And hit a pair.
And hit a pair. And that's always something to keep in mind, guys, when you're thinking about whether you want to 3-bet or just call. It is obviously relevant what's going on between you and the person who raised, but it's also relevant who is left to act behind you. How likely are they to come into the pot, see a cheap flop, or what's even worse is squeeze you themselves and then prevent you from being able to see the flop yourself. So you can see how that worked out right here where Woodley makes top pair and actually takes it away. If Mills had have gone for the 3-bet himself, would have put Frankie in a pretty tough spot. Probably Frankie is going to continue, but they would drive out Woodley there and then...
We think.
Yeah.
We think.
It's true. I think it's pretty likely if it went early position raise and then a 3-bet that Woodley would let go of the queen jack off. But that's a good point. He does have some cold calls, I'm sure, or some cold 4-bets there. But yeah, you just allow him to see the flop, and it is what it is. Sometimes that's okay, but you just got to know that's a possibility.
Boys raising here with a playable hand, 5-4 suited.
And it is both of your boys in there.
I like my chances.
Yikes.
The boy. Oh, the boy does flop quite a hand here.
Yeah, he does.
Frankie with the top pair here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, Frankie makes top 2. It is on a paired board, but this is still a very good hand. He's beating any other queen.
The boy going for
7.
a delayed c-bet here. Flop did check through, and he goes for the delayed c-bet.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see him not c-bet the flop as the pre-flop aggressor. It's a really good board for your hand and a pretty good board for your range.
He's not going to get there.
No, he's not, and we got a $300 pot.
Don't know. I feel like Frankie's considering leading, and he does decide to check. I don't know. Oh, it looks he's going to blast it.
Nice.
He's going to get snap
Nice
called
work,
probably.
Frankie. You might get raised, dude. Frankie's beating any queen here. When he goes check on the flop, then I think the boy, his betting line contains a lot of ace, queen, king, queen, queen, jack hands that would bet here, and I would be surprised if Frankie doesn't go for some value, maybe in the 600 range. 575, 550.
Apologies, Ryan, in the chat about the overlay. Yeah, we're just we're having some technical difficulties that should be resolved soon. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's not actually the logo, Ryan. It's the... He just
called.
calls.
Just gets called. When I said he was going to get snap called, I actually had misread the board. I thought the deuce was a diamond and the backdoor diamonds got there. But you honestly could still argue for raising, getting called by a queen.
Yeah, it would be closer for sure, because the boy could definitely have some backdoor flush draws there. But with it not being a diamond, I think it feels like a pretty comfortable spot to go for some value. But he wouldn't have got called anyway, so Frankie does get the maximum in this instance. And Ryan, that actually is not just the logo. It's just the overlaid camera from the overhead angle. So that's actually the table that you're seeing. You can see the cards kind of flashing there while he's dealing. And we just got some new equipment, some new hardware, and some new software that's working with the hardware. So we're still in the midst of trying to make sure that it all transitions smoothly from one camera shot to the other. And it does have a tendency to get hung up unless you're watching it like a hawk. So we are still in the process of working on that, and because the stream is on a delay, we don't actually know it's happening until a few minutes later. So appreciate you telling us that that's going on. We do know, and it's not supposed to be like that. It's supposed to be a very clear picture, and we'll resolve to a clear picture here in just a second.
We got some hands here. I can't imagine Woodley... I can't imagine you being able to pry the 10-8 suited out of Woodley's cold dead hands. So,
yeah, not without seeing a flop.
Yeah, and I don't blame him. 10-8 suited, it's best hand in the game. Gets raised. That's not going to phase him. And it's Jack with the ace-jack offsuit here.
Mm-hmm. So Frankie had called there in the big blind. The king 10 offsuit. Pretty loose. Gets squeezed by Jello. I think Jello would probably just call here if he didn't have Frankie in between them. Still think call would be reasonable, but it's a reasonable squeeze spot as well after Frankie calls and that extra $35 is in the middle. And yes, I see that. Woodley made a pair. John made $10. Getting rich over here.
Oh, I'm getting rich over here.
He's up $60 now. Jello C bets and no backdoor flush draw for Woodley. He does have a backdoor one-liner to a straight and bottom pair. The board's pretty good for Jello as a three-better, but Woodley's got position. It's pretty sticky, and he's getting about 5-1 here, so I'd be surprised if he doesn't call at least once and then see the turn. And he raises. Okay, not that surprised to see that either. He turns his bottom pair into a bluff, puts pressure on Jello's stack.
I actually think I like this play a lot more if they... Sorry, I think I like it a little bit more if the king was a spade. At least he has backdoor flush outs. Still pretty wide to choose this type of hand, I think, as a shove. I think this is the type of hand that probably performs better with a higher SPR. Turn your hand into a bluff and then still have a good amount behind to play for.
Yeah. I think maybe what he was thinking here is that he has the best hand sometimes, and it's going to get more and more confusing. And the pot relative to Jello's stack was already really big. So he might have just been like, if he's got it, he's got it, and then I'll just try and make two pair. And I think he doesn't have anything a fair amount, which, like this time, if he's got all the combos of ace-10, ace-jack, ace-queen.
C-betting all of those.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And
frustrating start to the stream for Jello here.
It's definitely still ambitious by Woodley to go for that. It's not like I'm saying it's a slam dunk or anything, but I think if the stack sizes weren't like that, you probably wouldn't see him do something so crazy and aggressive.
Yeah. Woodley's got a beautiful hand here. Just going to take it down.
Thank goodness. Give me a breather for a second here.
Nick is just getting absolutely pummeled from this side bet.
Yeah, not only is it, oh, man. Not only is Woodley playing like way more hands, but it seems like you're running good too.
I'm running good.
Yeah. I obviously knew this was a big risk whenever I let you pick first, but you had already indicated you were probably going to pick the boy first, so I was like,
And then I thought about it. I was like, the boy plays a lot of hands, but
yeah.
not as many as Woodley.
No, I'm too nice. Should have made you flip a coin or something for first pick. Now it's costing me.
It's costing you. Well, here's the deal. If we decide to do any other prop bets for the rest of the night, you can pick first for all of them.
Oh, what a guy. What a guy.
Royalty with the 2 10s here, +3, or the low jack, as they say. The boy's going to let it go, and that's going to be the end of it. Couple raise and takes it's here. Very, like, interesting to see this, because I guarantee you we've had streams where that has not happened in 4 hours. We haven't had one raise and take it.
Yeah, we've had a couple.
We've had 3 of them.
3 of them, yeah. Kind of wishing I had have taken royalty over SR. Seems like he's... What?
And it's Mills Mafia out flopping the boy and Tricky Fish. We're going to see a turn here.
I mean, can I just make a pair one time? My gosh. It's unbelievable. Oh, and we got overlay again.
Yeah, it's like, it's happening in the past. It's unfortunate. Apologies again about that. Mills Mafia with a pair of 4s here. He's going to win it. Does check it. I don't know if Tricky Fish decides to bluff here, but he is gonna bluff. That might work. That very well could work. How sick would it be for Mills Mafia to turn his hand into a bluff here, even though he doesn't need to? But he doesn't know that.
He does have that ace of spades. It's a pretty good card to do it with. Pretty good sweat right here. Oh,
he
great
calls.
call by Mills Mafia. He's got that ace of spades blocker. Doesn't use it as a bluff. Uses it as a bluff catcher. Tricky Fish was using his jack of spades blocker as a, well, it's a straight blocker and a flush blocker. Pretty good hand to turn into a bluff there. Kind of hard to make it to the river with a bricked off hand like King High, and
Yeah.
usually that's a good candidate.
Not going to have many worse hands there.
Sounds like they might be doing some rounds of straddles, as Frankie says the 10's on you, Woodley. Kind of indicating it's a mandatory straddle right now.
No, I think he was just letting Eric know, the action tracker.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think they should do that. That'd be good. I don't think they have anybody who would object to that.
Frankie picks up pocket eights here in the hijack, opens it up over the straddle to 30. It gets defended by Woodley. Whew.
Hits a pair of 4s.
Doesn't count.
I know.
Woodley's going to give him a light peel here on the flop.
Hits
Oh,
it.
my gosh. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? How does he reverse float for 25?
Oh, man.
Drills the king.
Drills the king. And it's not looking good for Frankie now.
Yeah, and Frankie's not slowing down, which I don't blame him. This is a pretty good spot to keep betting.
I mean, Frankie's got to think this is just an absolute brick, and Woodley knows that he shouldn't even have a king here. He's got to put the raise in.
Yeah, and it's a sweet sizing. He goes to basically a min raise, which is going to make Frankie want to continue.
This just makes me reiterate what I was saying, that despite being wide, Woodley is very aware of what's going on here. He knows that that card should just be an absolute blank. If he goes really big here, he'll probably get a fold from Frankie, I think.
What do you think's the most he can get?
150. 150. And even that's going to be a little tough. It's pushing it. Oh, you just checked it back. That's interesting.
Yeah, he says he's got kicker problems. Was worried about Frankie potentially running into a king on the turn there also. Makes sense for Frankie to have a hand exactly like he had, but you would have to then be giving him credit for betting with a pair worse than the king and then calling a raise. It was a small raise, but maybe by then you're thinking it's discounted enough that it's more likely he's got a king that c-bet and then ran into a top pair as opposed to a hand like pocket eights that's going to bet, call a raise, and then call a river bet as well. So
That's fair.
makes some sense.
That's pretty fair, actually.
5 folds, 6 folds, 7 folds, 8 folds, 9 raises to 60.
Oh, 7 deuce for the boy.
Yeah, and he goes really big. Oh, no, this is the 20 is on.
The 20 is on.
Gotcha. So he goes kind of small, actually.
Gets flatted by the 9s in the small blind, which I
Ooh,
love.
and we got a pair for Mr. Tricky Fish. Thank goodness. Give me a little reprieve here.
He's going to 3-bet, and unless the boy has suicidal intentions right now, I don't know if he's going to find the 4-bet jam. But he is someone who's capable of doing that.
Looks like he's thinking about it. And with this being like a squeeze spot for Tricky Fish and knowing that Tricky Fish is capable of squeezing, I wouldn't be blown away to see him go for it. This is a button small blind straddle configuration.
Looks like
Oh,
he's
yeah,
raising.
he's going for it.
He's raising again, yep. He's committing himself here. He can't fold here, even if he gets shoved on. Over half of his stack here.
This is interesting. What is Evan going to do?
I think Evans played with the boy before. I doubt he does anything but shove here, honestly. Yep,
Yep.
there it is. Shows the 7 deuce and folds?
Folds. Puts in over half of his stack.
And
folds.
he's up out of his seat.
Oh, yeah. Immediately leaves the table. Wow. Didn't even think about it.
That surprises me, actually. Is he grabbing racks?
Oh. A turn of events for you.
What happens then?
I don't know. I hadn't prepared for that. Let's see what happens first.
I think you have to call there.
I don't know.
I think
I would at least stop and think about it for a second.
I don't think there's any hand that you can fold after putting in over half your stack, equity-wise. I don't know.
I mean, you're going to be getting 3-1, so you'd need 25%. 7 deuce offsuit against a 5-bet shoving range is probably pretty close.
I think if
For
he
that.
ever has ace-king there,
You know what? I'm just going to run it right now.
just run it.
Let's just see what they
Just run it.
pull up my poker calculator here.
Oh, the boy's back. He's back and he's got more chips.
Ah, that makes sense.
I didn't think he was going to leave the stream. No way. He's back in here, 3-betting the king-9 suited. Let's go.
Oh,
He does not care. I knew that that was not the boy I know.
not the boy I know.
Oh, boy. We got one of each here. What do we got? Nothing for either of us. But we got SR flopping a gut shot here. He very well might choose to play aggressively. And that could be the end of this. He's got the best hand anyway. Besides, looks like he's just going to flat. Yep. Pairs the board on the turn.
All right, John. So a little bit of quick math here. Can get your opinion on this too. What you think? What you think Tricky Fish might be shoving all in with there? I just gave him tens through aces and ace king. What else do you think?
Offsuit and suited.
Yeah.
Is there a way to do partials there?
Yeah.
Just give him like half combos of ace queen suited that he might shove for value versus the boy.
You want to give him some of pocket nines also? It's too late. I gave him half of those.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably as wide as it goes.
And you know what? 7 deuce, 19%. So you got to fold.
Wow.
Got to fold. Kind of comfortably, actually.
Wow.
Because I think you probably need about 25.
That is pretty interesting because I had just always thought that if you put in half your stack, you just go with it. Well, I'm never in a situation where I put in half my stack and then have to call off the rest of it.
Yeah, and I think that especially because when you're thinking of that rule, the person who's telling you the rule doesn't expect you to ever be there with 7 deuce offsuit as the 4 better and then thinking about calling a 5-bet shove. You've always got like ace queen or whatever, pocket sevens or who knows, something.
Most hands are always going to have enough equity.
For sure. You know what? Let's run one real fast of, let's say if he just had like a suited. Oh, what if it's suited? That's a good question.
What if it's suited?
23%.
You got to call off then, right?
I mean, I think it'd be very, very close then.
I just feel so bad to put in half my stack and then fold. And here we are with Jello trying it again with the 7 deuce. He's getting 7 deuce a lot tonight. And I wonder if him being stuck and not having the greatest night so far is going to tie into how aggressively he decides to play this. He does only have 550 in his stack. Could very well just 4-bet rip it here against the boy, which I'm sure you'd love to see. But to be honest with you, I don't think the boy's going to fold.
King queen offsuit? You don't think so?
I don't think he's going to fold for 550 bucks. Oh, he just folds. Just lets go of the 7 deuce.
Yeah.
He's had enough.
He's had enough. It has been a little bit of a rough start for Jello. We're about halfway through the stream here. Halftime, boys. This is a 4-hour stream, guys, and we are doing this every Sunday from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Mark it on your calendar. Lock it in your brain. Sunday evening after you've been watching football, tune in with us. Next Gen Poker's live stream in collaboration with Poker House of Dallas. This live stream's going almost every night of the week. I think they're probably going about 5 nights a week, John. Is that right?
That sounds about right. They got a bunch of different stuff. Sometimes they stream the final tables of their tournaments. Sometimes they'll just throw a 1-2 game on here sometimes. Always trying to do new streams. And I think eventually we're going to get back into those 5-10, 5-10-20 streams as well. We did have a few of those running at first, the 5-5-10. So we'll get that back eventually. Looks like SR just hit trips, so.
Let's go. We were down 70 bucks in the prop bet game, and now we're back to 50, so.
I'm like free rolling now. Just feels good.
2 hours left. I don't know if I'd call that free rolling.
I wouldn't say free rolling, but pretty unlikely I lose.
With you having Woodley in the mix, I think it is pretty unlikely you lose. It's just hard to overcome someone playing another like 30% of hands over what you're doing.
Also, not to discount the action that we have going on here. We have 2 hands with spades here, and SR going to punish them by raising his 3 of a kind. I can't imagine the boy would fold here, but what is Royalty going to do now?
I wonder if the boy is thinking about just ripping it in.
Well, I've seen crazier things.
Yeah, there's $400 out there already. He's got 925. Kind of painful to call for 225 and then think about folding on the turn.
That's what he does.
He does, yep.
I don't know what Royalty is going to do. What is he going to make of this? Is he going to think that he's dominated on his draw?
Just from his body language, it looks like it. Yeah.
He does let it go, which is a good fold.
Yeah, that's the second time we've seen him fold a flush draw. that was probably the right move at the time. It's a brick on the turn. This pot is almost $600. The boys only got an SPR of about 1.2.
And I love this sizing here. You're just going to try to rope him in. Bets the same amount almost that he bet on the flop. Not going to go for a big greedy sizing. Now giving the boy, he's honestly putting him in a really bad spot.
I mean, he's giving him the price to call pretty comfortably, I think.
What is his odds now? I mean, he's got like
3 to
20.
1.
He's got like 20. Oh, he's got 13%.
Yeah, but part of that's going to be from discounted cards. He doesn't know that.
It should be around 20, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But is he getting the price?
He's getting 3 to 1, which you would need 25%, but then you have some implied odds, of course. Don't need too much to make up for it.
Yeah. He doesn't have that much behind, though, after he calls this bet.
Yeah, which might be a reason that he thinks he does have more implied odds, is it's going to be hard
Oh.
for SR to get away.
It's fair. Drills it.
Bang!
Drills it. Oh, man. That's going to be the end of SR.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for him to get away, like we were saying, because he's got only half a pot bet left. A little less than that, even.
I would imagine he still just shoves it in, honestly. I don't think he's going to be doing anything but just putting the money in. He's not going to fold.
Yeah,
No.
so tough. I mean, what do you hope the boy has now?
He just hopes he got, like,
Called a flop raise.
yeah. I mean, it just doesn't, like, anything that he could possibly have. Like, he finds a hero call with, like, ace king. I don't even know if he could ever have ace king. Just
Probably
any
not.
king. He just goes for it. Does he bet $100? Oh, okay. I was going to say. Does decide to just go with it. I don't really know, like you said, what he's representing, but is he slow rolling him?
It's like 5 seconds. It was a paired board, to be fair.
Oh, man. You see the look on SR's face there. Not happy.
Yeah, he did decide to rip it. I mean, I don't... Yeah.
It's just one of those spots where it's just like, if you're going to check call and you know that, like...
I mean, can you check fold?
I don't know if you can
What are you
check-
hoping that the boy has? Can you even make up a hand?
I mean, it's the boy. I don't know. And he's getting insane odds if the boy decided to jam when he was checked to. It would be like calling 500 to win 1,600.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's really, really hard to fold there.
I agree with you, but
I don't know.
just like we were talking about with Rosie earlier, when you have the best hand, you got the best hand, and when you don't, you don't. And like say, well, I have trips, you know. Not saying that he should be or that it's easy to get away there, but you do want to think about, what does my opponent have? What's he representing? And can I beat any of the hands that would make it this far? I can't think of one. It's not likely to have a king because it went bet, raise, 4.5x, call on the flop. Maybe
Another argument for just jamming it yourself would be like, is the boy ever somebody to read a river check when there's only half pot behind as weakness and decide to bluff with some hands and put you in a spot where you might make a mistake?
what would he bluff with?
I don't know. It's hard for me to think of the range of hands that he gets there with.
Maybe he could have pocket nines or something like that. That turns into a bluff on the end, but
You ever have ace 8 with the ace of spades that he's calling with?
I don't know. Just feels optimistic to think of anything that we can beat at this point. It's a tough spot. Obviously hard to make trips, but
Another 3 and another 3 to the 5 seat. I don't know what he has total.
That'd be like 1,500 total there. 15 total sounds good.
and 4 call. 5 fold. Option checks. 3 players. The first live spot of the night. 2 bets, 10. Call. 4. Heads up.
That's definitely not me.
Check.
6 is so 20.
Bet 20. Call.
I gotta be.
There doesn't have payouts we don't care about. And it's popping cumulative losers.
What? How much did you hold? Oh. That's a little too much, bro. Whatever this
So you
is.
only get,
Bet.
you don't get base card. Only
70. Call.
That's my double gutter, bro. Yeah, beat this guy. Like, catch up. Easily beat this guy. Well, we're down with like 4.
Are we giving Miss blind buttons in? Is that he's gonna post.
You got him out.
You got a 10 straddle?
That is a straddle now.
Thank you.
Got Poker Monkey in the chat saying Woodley chipped up. Woodley's been at work the last hour or so. Got a beautiful black stack of chips there in front. Those black chips are $100 a piece, guys. So a stack of them, if you make it up to the equivalent of those red and green stacks, that'd be $2,000 in one stack. Gives the table a little bit of a different spice when you look around and see green and black stacks of chips. It's funny, it's the same game, but every poker player just has those colors ingrained in their head, where if you see those black and green stacks, it just strikes fear in people as opposed to seeing the red or white stacks.
When I see a table with a lot of those green and black stacks, that's the table I want to be at.
30. Call.
But I also know that that means they mean business over there.
For sure. And those green stacks, guys, the green chips are $25, so a stack of 20 of those is $500. And the red chips are $5. A stack of those is $100. They are kept in 20 stacks, typically. Not required, but looks like everybody is tonight.
You know, lately I've been experimenting with different ways of stacking my chips. I'll stack them in 40 stacks, like that, in front of me. Only do that when I have a lot of chips, which doesn't happen very often.
I don't know if I believe that. Pretty sure I've seen it with my own eyes too many times to believe that story. So royalty opens here +2 with the 2 jacks.
Frankie gonna flat the cutoff with king queen suited. Could have gone either way with that one, I think. The boy with a pair.
And I'm sure Woodley's going to be in there too, so you got a chance to make 2 pairs on this one.
Oh boy,
I should have picked royalty. He's been in the mix a lot.
he's gotten a lot of pocket pairs dealt to him as well.
Woodley makes a reference to the next gen special. I think he's talking about the limp re-raise. Maybe indicating he was thinking about it. Could be a little speech play for him there. He does call, makes a pair, which is good for John. He's now up $80.
And the boy flops bottom set against Frankie's top pair.
Wow. And Woodley's top pair too. There's something for everybody here.
Wow.
This is kind of a setup board.
It's unfortunate. It's not going very well overall for the next gen boys tonight.
Raise 150 from
And this is just, going to be a pretty standard call, I think. And Tricky Fish spelling out the words hi with his green chips. So, hello to you, Tricky Fish. How you doing?
Does it spell out SOS? Come save me.
Blink twice.
So Woodley just wisely dumps his top pair.
Wow. Did not see that one coming.
Yeah, and now it's going to be on Frankie. These are the two best hands, but you can see that Frankie's is essentially dead. The boy had this on lockdown, flopping the set. It's so hard to catch up to a set with only one pair, because if you make that three of a kind, he makes a full house.
Of course, going to call here. Who can blame him? So many draws out there. Oh, turns top two pair. It might slow down the action, though.
With the spade coming, this is going to be interesting to see how Frankie navigates.
The boy does check.
Looks like he's worried about Jack 9, Ace Jack, and of course the spades.
But could Frankie? I think Frankie might think about betting here. Because when the boy checks to him, he probably doesn't have the flush.
Frankie checks it back.
Checks it back. He's going to lose the minimum here, I think. Oh, wow. And he's going to get saved.
Yeah, he is. Look at that.
Look at that run out. He's going to get
This is interesting. He might even have a chance to win the pie. If the boy checks again, is Frankie going to turn this into a bluff or just take two pair to showdown? Probably he'll just go to showdown, but
I would think he would just go to showdown, but
he's got to just think about what he might bluff him off of. Nah, he goes to showdown.
he's going to see here that he lost the minimum.
Yeah, that
actually.
pot stays really small, relatively speaking.
I bet the boy is not happy right now that he ended up making such a small amount against such a good hand on the flop.
Poker Monkey saying, never would have thought Woodley would fold that. Yeah, but I think that's what Woodley wants you to think. This guy is one step ahead a lot of the time. And the ace definitely saved Frankie, especially it being a spade.
Rosie seeming to be dead even so far on the stream. Jello stuck quite a bit from that unfortunate situation. Queen 8 versus aces. Frankie stuck a little bit too here.
They can sit out one hand. As I'm quick. We can do
Alright, action's on C2.
They'll see what they want to see.
And a pineapple? 2 fold.
No way, no way.
3 raises to 20. 4 fold, 5 fold. 6 fold. 7 calls.
Rosie with the pocket 10s on the button. Everyone has a 10 here, pretty much.
9 fold.
Just flats the button with the pocket 10s. Inviting Mills in. Would you look at that? We actually have a hand where neither of our horses are involved.
Yeah,
No
that's
one
crazy.
is involved.
Okay, interesting flop here. Open ender for Jello.
Oh, wow.
Second pair for Rosie. Flush draw and a gut shot for Royalty. Mills is the only one who doesn't get anything.
Wow. A lot of hands that can continue here.
7 calls.
Bet call, and
Jack's even got a heart here.
Rosie has the best hand right now, but you can see he's actually at an equity disadvantage
Does just ditch it.
and ditches it. Again, that Rosie discipline. He's waiting for spots where he knows that his money is going in good, and he's not guessing.
What an absolute brick on this turn. Couldn't have thought of a bigger brick here. I'm gonna bet pretty big. Jack's got the best hand, but there's no way he could know that.
Yeah, this is so interesting because if Jack can figure out a way to get to showdown here, he's got a 77% chance to win, but
He's got to ditch it. The only other option, in my opinion, there would just be to rip it, but
how much was the bet?
it was 120. Oh, actually, he might have been able to call. I forgot how much was in the pot. I forgot how much the bet on the flop was and
Yeah.
pre-flop and everything, but $120 seemed like it was probably
Yeah, I
over
think-
half pot.
I think I'd be folding myself.
Yeah.
Just unfortunate he happened to have the best hand that time.
Just don't think you can call, but I think you can at least explore the option of shoving there. But I did bet into 3 people or 4 people on the flop, so probably best to just dump it. Royalty's going to take that one down with an incredible draw. And my favorite hand.
Oh, yeah. Your favorite hand's been at play tonight.
Yes, it has.
3 or 4 times.
It's just something so pretty about it. And when you hit a straight, no one puts you on it. Ever.
1 calls, 2 calls.
Man, Royalty with another pair. Made the wrong pick, man.
I know. It's like twisting the knife every time I see it.
Oh, boy. All right. Well, it looks like Woodley's probably not going to see a flop, so you're free rolling.
I think the 20 straddle must have been on here again. This game is playing pretty big.
What do I know?
Yeah. Woodley's in there, dude. It's not going anywhere.
Give him a pair. Oh.
So this is a couple of limps to Royalty, who raised to the 100 in the first straddle. Tricky Fish is in that second straddle.
What a turn card.
Wow, yeah, dude.
Wow. What a turn card for Royalty. Did Tricky Fish just call the 100?
Looks like he did. Non-believer.
Non-believer, no suit on the board, no blocker whatsoever. Gets the 8 of diamonds here on the river.
Woodley still has top pair, so he might pay him off.
He hasn't checked yet. He's almost looks like he's thinking about leading.
2 checks.
Oh, he just check. Royalty gonna probably get a pretty healthy sized bet here. Did he bet $5?
3 bets, $5.
He bets $5.
Wow, that is interesting.
This is absolutely amazing, in my opinion. He
And-
calls with ace high, and Woodley putting
He
in the
falls for it.
reads.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man! Oh my goodness! And he shoves. Oh my goodness! I can't believe that worked.
Yeah, that was crazy. I
That
thought
was
Woodley was just going to
awesome.
call.
Look at me smiling.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. How can you not?
He's like, yes, yes. Oh my gosh! Woodley's sitting there like, what happened? He's in shock.
Yeah. It just felt so confident, like there's no way I don't have the best hand here, so what else should I do? I raised.
Snap put out $350. Unreal. What a play there by Royalty.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. Just doing something weird. Just bet 1 big blind.
1 blind.
Oh, my goodness. That's special right there, guys. That is special right there.
Yeah, I guess I'm loving the chat.
That just goes to show you that sometimes just doing something weird can really get you paid. Especially against someone who you think is going to interpret it as weakness. I actually did something like this in the Venetian tournament this summer when I min bet the river. And I got raised like I wanted to, but I was beat.
Well, Royalty's not having to worry about that here.
No, he is not. Woodley in the tank thinking if it's worth it to even put in this extra $400 facing such a strong line with no perceived fold equity.
Yeah, and Woodley guessing queens plus. Remember that Royalty was the pre-flop aggressor here. Raised over $20 straddle with a couple of calls. Woodley shows them the 9. Probably thinking like there's no way Royalty has a 9 himself here, so it's polarized. Could he be doing this like with some missed clubs? Nah.
Let's
it go.
Comes to the conclusion there's just no way.
Poker Monkey says it pays to know what type of player your opponent is. Couldn't agree more.
We could just give a quick round of applause for Royalty then.
Oh, hey, maybe we can do it on here. No.
No, no.
No.
We'll find it.
There we go.
There we go. Oh, man.
Nice job, Royalty.
That's great.
Can ignore those payouts there, guys. That's for the tournament this morning. That's still in the rotation, I guess, unintentionally.
Actions in the 5. 5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold. 9 fold.
And we've reached the point in the night now where I'm almost hoping that Nick's horses hit some pairs because this is starting to get out of hand.
That's gotten out of control. Glad we didn't do $50 a pop.
Oh my
that's for sure.
goodness! Imagine.
I know you're almost 500 now.
No, you owe me almost. Oh yeah,
450.
yeah. That is true. Ace king for tricky fish here. Will he hit?
Yeah, it looked like this went limp from small blind, big blind, and then tricky fish opens. Woodley calls.
Oh man, I think Woodley's gonna win this hand.
Check, check. Woodley's likely to lead here. Will Evan float one time and force Woodley to bet again on the river? Oh, he
checks
doesn't.
Again. He gives him he's giving him a free river here.
Mm-hmm.
And now I think that tricky fish will certainly win this hand because I think he's gonna call off this bet. Tricky fish is not one to lay down ace high very easily.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. Kind of surprised to see Woodley pass on the opportunity to bluff the turn when he still had a good chance to make his hand. Now he bluffs when he's dead. But he's bluffing ace high, and it might be enough to get the job done.
I don't know. I really don't think tricky fish is, especially to Woodley, the type to let ace high go here. Oh, the speech play. Calls out his hand. Oh, lets it go. Called out his hand.
Yeah, he did. Calls it out. Sees the bad news
That one surprises me.
that he folded.
Yeah. I've played some home games with tricky fish, and he likes aces highs. He likes his ace highs. So,
Especially against Woodley.
oh yeah,
I think he would.
It's very, very surprising. I mean, especially when he called his hand out, like, oh, you could have this. That's exactly what he has. But
There was no betting the entire way there, so it seems like Woodley could pretty much have anything.
yeah, literally anything though. Yeah. I'm not saying it's an easy spot. Just saying that I thought tricky fish would flick it in there.
6 fold. 7 fold. Like a shades. 8, 9 fold.
Brian giving Frankie's new shade some love.
Calls. 3 fold. 4 calls.
Do you think there was any percentage of trolling / needling in that compliment?
No, I think he was genuinely complimenting the shades.
100%.
Yeah.
Nice.
You hit a pair.
I hit a pair.
You hit a pair.
It's so rare that I'm just like not expecting it.
And what would you do if I wasn't here to tell you that you hit a pair?
Small pot here. The 9 deuce scoops it with a pair of deuces.
Looks like they're going to be doing another stand-up game unless someone opposes it.
Yeah. Looks like the sentiment is a little less strong than the first time.
Everyone's just like waiting for other people to confirm it.
Yeah, like, should we? Okay, and we are back up out of our seats, guys.
Shall we do another side bet? I'll let you pick first.
Okay.
2 people.
So are we picking who's going to lose?
Who's going to lose?
Okay. I'm going to pick.
So you pick it, I pick 2, and then you pick the last one.
Okay. I'm gonna pick. Trying to look on the other end of this table and see who strikes me. There we go. I'm gonna have to go with SR, I think.
Okay. I'm going to pick Rosie, and I'm going to pick... Wait.
Don't be watching too much action here.
I mean, I was saying, should we just wait until this hand is over to pick before the next cards are shown? Because I feel like I've already gotten some sort of information here. Oh, and I have a pair. I feel like we should wait until the hand's over.
Jello let go of his 7 deuce if you were thinking about that.
I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking about Rosie having ace-5 suited here, and I was about to pick him.
I mean,
I don't know what to do now.
you
Like,
already picked him.
all right, well, I'm picking him.
He folded anyway.
Okay. So I'll pick Rosie, and I will pick... God, you picked SR? Oh, man. All right, I'm going to pick Frankie.
Okay.
Rosie and Frankie.
All right. And I will pick... I'm going to pick Royalty.
All right, you got Royalty and SR. I got Rosie and Frankie, the boys. I'm rooting on their failures.
Got 10 on the line here.
We got 10 on the line here. No one has a heart. C1 Mills Mafia here, flopping top 2 pair on a monotone board. I think that's probably just going to take it down, yeah.
Yeah, this is a big pot, too. Shows top 2, and Mills gets to take a seat.
So I don't know if they're doing that here, but sometimes when you play the 7 deuce game, they make you show your hand in order to sit down. So if you win the hand, you have to show what you won with and sit down, which I think is a really cool rule.
Sure. Definitely seems reasonable.
Also, last week, I heard you and Jack discussing about the possibility of having a stream where you have to show 1 card every time. And I didn't know if you noticed, but we were actually doing that last week.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, I did not notice
Every
that.
single time you dragged in a pot, you had to show one of your
Okay,
cards.
nice.
We did
Yeah,
it
that's
for
fun.
the whole 4 hours. It was a good time.
Yeah, I love that. I think that if you added enough little specialty things like that, the 7 deuce, the stand-up, you could, like, market the game as its own sort of...
Like a carnival game.
yeah,
type of thing.
exactly, exactly.
Willie with a pair.
My goodness, this is unbelievable.
We crossed the triple-digit mark. Oh, boy. And actually, that also played in a little bit to my 4-bet with King 10 offsuit last week against Rosie, because he showed me a 10 with the ace 10 when he 4-bet me. So I wanted to 4-bet him and then show him a 10 as well. That was kind of funny.
Gotcha. I do remember that one. Worked out for you, right?
It did. It did work out. Oh, my goodness. And that is a set there. And the nut flush draw for the boy. And your runner hit a pair as well.
Oh, my goodness.
Canceled it out.
Whew. All right, so this one's going to be interesting because there's already 150 bucks out there. I think this money's going to go in at some point.
Yeah.
See if this field gets cleared a little bit on the flop, and then probably the turn.
Yeah, I can't imagine Woodley calling here. Nope, he's out of there. And Tricky Fish is 6. Is not going to hold on here either. So it's really just going to come down to Jello and the boy. And I got to say, I'm rooting for Jello here. He's had a rough night so far.
He's got 400 behind with 200 in the pot.
That is a clean card right there. Don't know what he's going to decide to do here. I imagine he probably bet something like 120, 140, and shove the river.
Yeah, just kind of sets up a geometric sizing here.
Yeah. Who knows? He might get a little greedy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was about to say that. He's had a rough night. He might just be like, let me just get this money in before any scare cards come off.
Yeah. Well, I know I have the best hand.
And that can do it to you when you're having a frustrating night, you know?
For sure. And there's definitely several combos of hands that puts the boy in a really tough spot here. If he's got, let's say, like a 9 with a flush draw, queen with a flush draw, open-ended straight flush draw, like an 8-9.
Yeah.
a 9-10 of clubs. Those would all be hands that might consider calling here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can fold 8-9 of clubs here, even for that sizing. I mean,
I don't know. I'd have to think about it for a little while, but it definitely puts him in a tough spot, at the very least.
yeah, you have to call 400 to win 600 in that case. So you do actually need a lot of equity, but I think you might have it.
It's good enough to get the nut flush draw to fold, though, without too much deliberation. And Jello scoops a pot and gets to sit down. I'm sure he's happy about that. Maybe the sit down or stand-up game actually contributed to the decision to shove as well.
That actually might, because maybe he'd be doing that with bluffs then. In that scenario with the sit, and just trying to get called light, knowing that he wants to sit down. And you said you have SR and royalty for losing the stand-up game, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, they're all standing up still.
And your horse here has picked up a good starting hand.
Pair. For those watching, Nick is in disbelief. The facial expressions say it all. In absolute disbelief at the amount of pairs. And he decides to 3-bet it.
Yeah, we're stuck 10 units over here. Okay, and Rosie's pretty deep here, 1.5, so I'm sure he's just going to call.
I'd imagine he would just call here. Out of position. Yeah, most likely just call. I think you can mix some 4-bets against Woodley type here, and that's looks like what he's going to do. He's going to...
Fancy boy.
He's going to 4-bet here. And we all
Look
know...
at Rosie, dude. He's so capable.
Yeah, and we all know that he calls, though. Does call, looking to hit a 5.
Yeah, I mean, he gave him a good price here. Whiffs.
Now, this is the only problem, right? Woodley knows that Rosie's usually very tight with his 4-bets, so he could be calling here and then not just set mining, but trying to take it away on disadvantageous, I don't know how you say that, disadvantageous boards. Disadvantageous boards. Unfazed, Rosie's going to bet out for 125 here, repping the overpair that he was repping from the beginning. And Woodley's going to float. Very interesting to see that.
Yeah, the spot's getting pretty big.
And this is getting a little dicey should Woodley decide to turn his hand into a bluff.
Yeah.
Because if Rosie checks here, that's exactly what Woodley might do.
This is going to be a toughie.
And if you can't call with pocket nines here,
Yeah.
he checks it back, though. Oh, man, that is just a terrible card for Rosie. Rosie can't think that he's good here. And Woodley knows that he can't be good here. There's no way. Look at Rosie just.
Yeah. He is intent.
Boy, is Woodley just going to give it up? Oh, no, he bets. 500. He can't call.
Oh, it's agony.
No. That is just terrible. What a run out. Woodley just knows that Rosie would never check a good hand twice.
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
tough.
That's a rough run out for Rosie there. What can you do?
Yeah, and that's the tough part about trying to maximize your equity pre-flop and just early in the hand in general. You're trying to push those edges, but if you don't have position and you've got a lot of money behind, there's just maneuverability for those players that are willing to be sticky. Makes it tough to get to showdown. I don't blame Rosie for trying to maximize his equity edge right there against Woodley's 3-betting range. Makes sense. C-betting the flop makes sense. I mean, everything he did makes sense there, but it's just nothing you can do when you're playing against a capable and extremely active opponent that has position on you, and you got, you know, an SPR of 6, 7, or more behind.
Yeah, that's just a tough one. I did call that out from the beginning, though. It's not just set mining with the 5s. When you get a run out like that and a double check from Rosie, it was just screaming at him like, bluff, bluff. And he bluffed him. Tough spot. Now he actually picks up a real hand here. I don't know where it went. I'm sure we're going to get that back on the screen.
Yeah, you can see Rosie sitting there thinking about that one too, playing on his mind. That's tough.
Yeah. Very, he knows that he could have easily gotten bluffed there, but what can you do? It's like he's probably sitting there thinking, how could I possibly have been bluffed? What would have even bluffed me? And it's probably only hands exactly like that because every other hand beats him on a board like that.
Yeah.
Don't even know what else he could have.
Yeah, I mean, you can't even think about calling, I don't think.
No, no way. I mean, the only other hands that you can have are just like ace 8, like some random ace highs.
Sure, and we've got so many better
So
hands
many.
ourselves that we could consider calling with.
Yep. Credit to Woodley for at least thinking about that, though, and putting the pressure on. That's what he's known for. That's why he keeps getting invited back to these streams, despite being a great guy. I mean, in addition to being a great guy.
Despite being a great guy.
But we only want scumbags on the stream, guys.
And if you'll notice, we got 5 players remaining standing, and 4 of them are our picks. So this is going to be a good sweat here for us.
Does that mean that we are just, like, really, really good at picking people?
Maybe it means you are, but it's not looking so good for me right now. Jello's going to make a move. A little next gen on next gen action.
He's ripping it.
Yeah, I believe this is double straddle. Frankie opens to 60.
And what's funny is that Jello is the only person left standing that is... Oh, no, Tricky Fish.
Jello's not standing. He's sitting.
Oh, Jello stand. Okay, got it.
Frankie counts out Jello's chips himself. Friendly game.
Friendly game. Oh.
See on the stream anyways, Frankie.
Does have a slight equity advantage.
Yeah, and I think Frankie would normally just snap fold this if he didn't know his opponent that well. When you go 60 and get shoved on for 600.
It looks like Jello showed a 5 there.
Mm-hmm.
Reaffirming Frankie's suspicions.
Yeah.
That's a round penalty, orbit penalty right there.
But the problem is, like with king queen off,
You're behind the ace 5 bluffs.
exactly, you're behind basically everything, even a small pair like this. I mean, we saw that there was a slight equity advantage for Frankie. That must be because one of the 5s was removed or something. Typically the 5s would be slightly ahead.
Yeah, I agreed. Yeah.
So you're basically just like praying that he's getting way out of line.
It's like a worse king.
Yeah, and he's already sitting down, and it went 60 to 600. Seems like a weird line for him to take with.
You know, I've fallen into this thought as well, where it's just like you would never do this with a hand that's good or something like that. And then usually, if I make the call, they have a hand that is good.
Yeah. Yeah, especially if you don't know the guy that well.
Yeah. Oh, you got a pair.
There we go, boys. We're back under the century mark. And we got Tricky Fish limping in here +2.
Oh, and we negate it. Let's go.
SR does make second set here.
Woodley with the ace of hearts here. I doubt he'll be folding to a bet. And if we see a heart turn, this could get bloody.
Total brick. Great news for SR. There's 400 out there. And he actually has this hand won. The only way I could see him possibly not winning this hand would be if it comes a heart and Woodley goes for something heroic.
I can't imagine that Woodley will be calling again, especially not to $400.
Yeah, he's going to be out of there.
I think that
Is that pot size bet right there?
I think that comes from SR being a little frustrated tonight. I don't think that that's a board. I mean, I could be wrong. SR uses solvers. But I don't necessarily think that's a board that you would then go for a pot size bet with.
Yeah. I mean, it's really hard to like take the stuff that you might study on a solver and then apply it to a hand that was 4 ways originally too.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe he's just like playing the opponent and thinking like if Woodley's got 2 hearts here, he's just not going to fold.
Right, yeah. He's just betting against specific hands that he thinks Woodley has.
Yeah.
And protecting his hand and trying to win the stand-up game, which he does, and that eliminates one of my possibilities.
There are 4 people left standing.
I think there's 5 then if Rosie's still in. I think the boy's still in too.
Oh, yeah, you can see the boy standing there in the corner. It's weird when I like choose the boys to be my horses for losing the stand-up game. It's almost like I'm anti-sweating them when they pick up good hands.
Yeah.
And I don't want to do that, but
That's one of the reasons I didn't pick him.
yeah. That's fair. Sort of regretting my decision now, but I'll probably win. And Tricky Fish has a pair.
Let's go. And your players are out, so.
You're free rolling for another pair too.
Frankie's got
But-
ace queen. This pot's getting ballooned here.
SR is out of there with his suited connector.
This went raised from Frankie over the $20 straddle to 100 from early position. Well, I say early position from the low jack, kind of mid position. Tricky Fish, 3 bets to 400 with the pocket 9s from the straddle.
Which is pretty big. It's 4x.
Now, Frankie had 1.5K to start this hand, but remember, there's a $20 straddle on, so that's actually only 75 big blinds.
You think he could find a rip here?
I think it's very possible.
Looks like he's thinking about it. When he goes so big out of position there with his 3-bet.
Yeah, and one of those 9s must be gone. You see Frankie has a small equity advantage. That would be flip-flopped if all of the cards were remaining in the deck, but those percentages there do take into account cards that were folded by other players.
You know, if he finds a rip here, I'm pretty sure he'd just take it down pre.
You think so?
Yeah, I don't think Tricky Fish is stacking off for $1,700, $1,500 with pocket 9s here against
Yeah.
Frankie.
I mean, he already put in a third of his stack, almost.
Yeah,
But
I don't-
maybe not. I wonder if Tricky Fish is thinking about the exact maximum amount that he's willing to go and then still fold if Frankie shoves.
We've been discussing that in our group chat a little bit, so I think it's fresh in his mind. We had a discussion today about that, actually.
Okay, well, let's see how it goes.
Flats.
Okay, didn't expect that, actually. Thought he would fold or shove.
Does flat in position here. Could be a few tricky spots now, unless he hits a pair.
Yeah, there's 900 in
Does
the
hit
middle
a
there. Oh,
Hits the pair. Tricky Fish gonna bet quarter pot, as he probably would with almost any hand he arrives here with, I'd imagine.
yeah, he's betting the range. I do think with the sizings here that you could decide to make some adjustments to that strategy, thinking, I mean, Frankie's not calling for 400 as a 3-bet nearly as liberally as he's going to call for, let's say, 100.
Yeah.
If it had been just a normal 2-5 hand.
Yeah. It's actually kind of interesting here because if he gets called here on the flop, what is he thinking?
Yeah. I mean,
Like he's got to be like.
I hope
please
he's got
have
pocket
king,
8s exactly.
Please have king queen of hearts.
Yeah, sure.
Like can't beat anything really.
Which is why I might consider not even betting on the flop. Even though it is a range betting board in general, for the 3-better, but
Like now he's stuck. Mm-hmm. You got to check, and now there's less than a pot-sized bet behind, and you just got to fold probably.
yeah, and I would actually be really scared that Frankie was very nutted here whenever he just flats the 400.
Yeah.
I would think that he probably...
He shoves.
Wow.
Turns his hand into a bluff. Gonna get snap called.
Yeah, he is.
And he knows it. And he's sighing. He knows that he just
Yeah,
punted.
he's pretty much dead, dude. He's only got 3%. It's a 3K pot.
Oh, just for a split second, I thought that was a 9.
Really?
Oh, man. Just for a second.
And Frankie makes the ace on the end, doesn't need it. Tricky Fish was essentially drawing dead right there, and man, that pot got out of control in a hurry.
Wow.
That's what the $20 straddle does, right?
Man. Oh, man. I'm your friend, Tricky Fish, so I'm allowed to say this. Nice punt, buddy. Valiant effort. Valiant effort.
Sorry, Tricky. That's tough, bud.
He knew it, too.
Yeah, I
You
think
know,
he's
we've
probably
all-
turning his hand into a bluff at that point.
He for sure is. But we've all been there before where you just put the chips in and you regret it right away.
Yeah.
And you just fall into it, you know?
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of reasonable to think Frankie could make it to this point with the 10s, the jacks, the queens, maybe even the kings.
I think
Probably rip it with kings, but
yeah. I mean, there are hands that will fold, but yeah, tough spot. I'm sure he's gonna face some criticisms in our group chat later. Shout out to him.
the boy was lifting the mask there for a second to shovel some Cheez-Its or something in. And me and Jack were saying last week that, you know, we get to, let's say we get to, what are we at right now? 13 likes, guys. Let's get to 100 likes and maybe we can get a face reveal on the boy. Face reveal.
It would make me very happy if we had the boy become a regular on these streams. I think he's really good for the stream. He's a great guy, too. His name's Drew. Good friend of Jello's. And he's becoming a good friend of mine as well. Always a pleasure to have the boy at the table. He's very nice, good guy, tons of action.
Raise it. Make it 40.
Can hear Frankie reviewing that hand with Jello.
And there you have it, a little bit of hand analysis with the Next Gen guys. If you want to talk more hand analysis with the Next Gen guys, you could go ahead and reach out to them and get invited to their Discord where we discuss hands in there. I have a big community growing in there. So make sure you reach out to them on Instagram, where you can hit the join button under their YouTube videos. And you can join this Discord, talk hands, get invited on these live streams. It's a great time.
Looks like it's Kane's time, dude. This has become almost a weekly occurrence. See Woodley indulging over there. I gotta think Rosie probably is doing the same somewhere. He's up from his seat right now, but... All right, so what do we have left here in the stand-up game? Is it just the boy and Tricky Fish? And Rosie.
Rosie is up.
And Rosie. Are you kidding me?
How lucky am I that I picked the guy? Oh, he's back.
Unbelievable. He's gone for like 10 hands.
He's going to lose the stand when you hit a pair.
Here we go.
But my guy flops the nuts. He flops the nuts with King 10.
Yeah, but the nuts is nothing, okay?
Okay, all right.
You gotta make it fair. Maybe next week we can refine the betting game.
Oh, when he hits a pair.
Oh
Let's
my
go.
gosh, are you kidding me? Oh, my guy made an open-ended royal flush draw.
No, he didn't. That's
Well, not my guy.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Mills. Anyone who's got an open-ended royal flush draw is my guy.
He's your guy. You know, he's my guy too. And I want nothing other than for him to hit this royal right here. It doesn't, but he hits the flush.
Yeah, dude. I was actually in a really, really similar spot to this weekend where I made a straight on a one-liner board and had the nut flush draw redraw. And then my opponent bet representing that he also had the one-liner. And so I just overbet shoved enormous, trying to get him to call and then free roll him.
Yeah.
I think there was probably like $200 in the pot, and I just shoved for like 1,000. And he didn't even have the one-liner though. He was betting with something else and just folded. But
you know, that's the type of thing where I've actually heard of people make, like in multi-way pots, make folds with the nuts, especially in Omaha. But I've heard it in Hold'em too, where it was like bet, shove, rejam, and you're sitting there with the nuts, no redraw, and you're just like, okay, well, there are 2 flush draws on the board.
yeah,
And like,
definitely in Omaha, I could see that.
yeah, and now it's just like, I know I have the nuts, but they also have the nuts.
Sure.
So like,
For sure. And this was one of those situations, but I was quite confident that this player was going to call if he also had the straight.
yeah.
And then I'd be free rolling him for like 250 out of his 1,000 stack remaining. Thought that was the best way to get money out of him.
I have to agree with you. Well played.
Thank you. Wish it worked out, but that's all right.
So I'm free rolling you on the stand-up game side bet now. Woodley raising it up here. With the dirty diaper.
Tricky Fish getting in there, maybe loosening up a little bit. Could be partially from the stand-up game and partially from losing that huge pot to Frankie, but he does make the best hand. Makes me a pair.
It does make you a pair.
And gets to sit down, and look at that. There's only 2 remaining.
Look at our cumulative winnings. I was actually hoping to find this. We haven't seen it yet today. Okay, so Jello's not down as much as I thought he was. Tricky Fish stuck the most here. And,
Frankie up the most
Yeah.
after that huge pot.
oh, yeah. Rosie is away from the table again.
You know, it's
So-
funny. I had like the instinct or intuition to pick the boy when we first were doing picks, but I was like, he's in every pot. Like,
Yeah.
how can I choose him? That's not logical. And then here we are down at the end, one of the last 2 remaining.
And with Rosie being away from the table all the time. But he does pick up ace king.
And he
He
limps.
limps. And the boy's not falling for it. Woodley's going to get in there. This is going to allow
Woodley learned his
everybody in
lesson.
here. Yeah, everyone's going to get involved in here now. And except SR now picks up ace queen.
And it is going to work.
And it's going to. And he
It always
isolates to
works.
$100 over these $5
Oh, boy.
limps. Oh, my goodness.
And Rosie comes in with the banger.
Oh, no.
Limp 3-bet.
SR not familiar, or not as familiar as he should be with the tactics of the limp squeeze, falls right into the trap. And SR playing mainly online, probably not used to this, not exposed to this.
No.
And he's going to be very frustrated now. And I don't think he's going to fold. I think he's going to shove.
Yeah. It's a good chance of that. I mean, the sizing, the fact he went to 100 and then still got limp raised by one of the tighter players on the table could deter him, but hard to get ace queen. Good fold.
Good fold. Does let it go. And now we all picked incorrectly.
Yep.
And the boy loses the stand-up game. I can't believe those words are coming out of my mouth.
Got to start listening to that intuition more. I've been trying to make a point of that, and then here I am just neglecting again, thinking my own logic is better. Rosie probably pretty happy, even though he did have the ace-queen dominated. Maybe you could consider going like 2.5 there instead of 3x. Like go to 250 or something.
I think he probably just got really excited because it looked like it wasn't going to work there. and then got saved in the second to last position.
And wins $120 without needing to see a flop, which is pretty sweet in a $5 blind game.
Like, he's just got to be elated. That's my word of the day. Elated.
So Frankie and Mills sitting on close to 3K. Everybody else in that 1 to 2K range. If those two got tangled in a big pot, we could see a $5,000 to $6,000 pot go down here.
And how exciting would that be here, Nick? That would be quite the sight.
Mm-hmm.
SR going to try it again with the ace-queen here.
Mm-hmm.
This time I think he's got a better shot.
I think you can maybe hear a little bit of the irony in his voice right there when he says 155, that maybe no one else could pick up on that without having seen his cards from the previous hand. But like when I hear that, it makes it seem like
You almost hear the, let's try this again.
exactly, exactly. And the boy, fresh off of paying the $80 bounties, now put into a little bit of a spot.
Oh, man.
Yeah, could he possibly be a little bit tilted from losing the stand-up game there?
I was actually thinking he was going to put in a 4-bet.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't have been that surprised to see that either. He calls, and Woodley, that allows Woodley to call probably pretty comfortably for him. SR makes a pair for me.
But it cancels out because the boy hits a pair.
Oh. Dang.
And now we're free rolling if it checks through, which it won't. But really good flop here for SR.
Mm-hmm. Bets 3 into 5.
How can the boy call this pre-flop and now fold on this flop when he's still ahead of so many hands?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to peel.
He agrees with you.
An ace would be devastating. Comes clean.
Mm-hmm. Which may get the boy in a little bit more trouble here.
And I think I'd have to agree with you. I mean,
You see, he's
pretty
pretty much...
one-to-one SPR here.
Mm-hmm. And he's pretty much drawing dead.
Yeah. What size does SR go here? Might go small, small. I think he's probably good for one more street of value from the boy. Looks like we had canes all over the table.
Group order.
Group order. We did that last week with Thai food. It's a good thing to do. Now, I think he's thinking here, if I check back here, can I get it all on the river? That's probably what he's thinking. I don't think he has any question that he has the best hand. Just thinking about what hands to extract value from. He's going to choose a size of 350.
I like it, actually. And I really like the way that he counted out his chips several times there, kind of making his stack seem a little bit bigger than it was relative to the pot, and maybe also making this bet seem a little bit bigger than it is relative to the flop bet. You know, he just like put a lot of thoughtfulness into that, because I would think typically if you are the boy and you see him go 300 and then 350 on the turn, that feels super value heavy, right? But the way he like counted it out, thought about it, and then ends up betting, it makes it feel like it could still be a bluff. Maybe that's a stretch, but just the feeling that I got from watching it.
Well, if you got that feeling, it's pretty likely someone else probably got that feeling too, you know?
Very well could be.
Possible. Going to get called for one more street here. And I'd just like to point out, SR seeming to make good bet sizes that are putting his opponent's exact hands in pretty tough spots. So we got to give him a shout out for that. Choosing pretty good sizings. Now, I don't think he's going to get it all, but he very well could, because the boy's mentality could just be, oh, I thought I was ahead. What does this 4 change? There
Gives
you
a
go.
cheeky smile there. Kind of interesting. Pulls his Dragon Ball Z character. Is that what that is?
I'm not sure.
Pulls his little,
Figurine.
yeah, his toy off of his stack. Puts it in the middle to signify all in.
That figurine there is leading his soldiers into battle.
Mm.
And the boy deep in the blender here. If he does call, we'll see a massive pot here. Nearly $3,500.
This would be the biggest pot of the night. Overtaking that pot that was just played between Frankie and Tricky Fish.
I'm on the edge of my seat here. I actually don't know what he's going to end up doing. I can see reasons for both.
Yeah, probably thinking SR could have some ace king, some ace 10. Maybe some backdoor diamonds. He calls.
Oh, boy.
AQ is good. Oh, the boy.
SR needed that one after the last unfortunate hand against the boy. He gets some redemption there.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Big time redemption.
Huge pot, guys. $3.4 thousand in the middle. You can see SR breathing a sigh of relief right there.
It was not looking good for him for a while there, and now he's got to be feeling good. Gets back in the profit from that one pot.
Yeah. And the boy. Ooh, let's see how he responds to this, dude.
I've seen the boy lose bigger pots than this, and he didn't seem to go on tilt, but I also can't see his cards.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Be interested to see.
I wouldn't be surprised if this pot right here was dictated by a little bit of tilt. He literally just lost the stand-up game the previous hand. Was out of his chair for about 20 minutes or more waiting for that to happen. Didn't win a single pot during that time. Got involved in a few. And now calls down with second pair. Definitely a bluff catcher. Don't know. I mean, SR, I'm sure, would tell you he's capable of bluffing some specific hands there. As I mentioned earlier, the sizing on the turn relative to the sizing on the flop makes me feel less likely that he's bluffing there. I would think that his bluffs would just be shoving the turn because they're going to be hands that still have equity, and it was only a 1 SPR pot size bet left to rip it in. So I'd be surprised if he breaks his bluffs into 2 bets. Of course.
Yeah, I mean, I think that SR is very aware that his value probably wouldn't just shove the turn, but I wouldn't be so like it's very easy to think that his bluffs would just shove the turn for fold equity and his value would go small to try to get called. And I think that he's definitely the type of player that can then decide to start shoving with value and small betting with bluffs to become balanced in this spot. You might even just completely default to betting small twice instead of having a shove range on the turn. I don't know how he's structuring that, but I'd say that he's capable of being balanced in it from what I've seen and discussed with him. But theory and practice are 2 different things, Nick.
I just think that most people think that's like a milky sizing. You go 300 and then 350 on the turn. Like, what do you think the guy's going to call for 300 and then fold for 350 on the turn? It's more like you want him to call, right?
Yeah.
So maybe I'm wrong, but I think that's like the kind of leak that a lot of good, solid regulars have. And maybe not even a leak right there. I mean, he got the job done. Got exactly what he was wanting. So it's not like it's necessarily a leak to not be balanced.
look at this turn card for Woodley here. This is going to be quite a pot here with Rosie with top 2. Woodley with a billion outs. One would say too many outs.
Let's see. Oh, not too many outs this time, dude. And
Oh, man.
he's going to get the best of Rosie again.
Unfortunate here.
Yeah, and Rosie's got a 1.2 or so SPR left. It's going to be pretty tough to get away without putting any more money in this one. Oh, and Woodley is going to go for it all, it looks like.
Ooh. The backdoor flush draw. Looks like Rosie's wiping his hands off to enter the tank.
Put the canes aside for a minute.
Turn the hat around, put the hoodie up.
Yeah, right. The Cashman.
The Cashman.
What a spot for Rosie. Going to be really tough to get away. There's obviously straights and flushes possible, but Woodley's so unpredictable. Gosh, so hard to fold top 2 pair. Rosie's already had to make a couple of big folds. Also folded the 9s. I wonder if he's aware that Woodley bluffed him in that pot.
Probably not. I don't know.
Kind of hope not right now.
Yeah. I mean, is it ever even possible that Woodley might shove a hand like 8-9 here for value?
Maybe.
Like, I feel like there's situations where he's shoving with worse value.
Maybe.
I don't know, to try to get called by an overpair.
I definitely think he could bet with those hands.
Yeah.
He might choose to bet smaller because
I don't know.
this is more than pot.
Yeah, but if he shows up here with like 8-5 or something, or 8-10, and he thinks that Rosie could have an overpair, which he could.
He calls.
That's tough. That's just tough. What are you going to do?
It's a backdoor flush too, so
Just gets the dream run out for his hand. I mean, what a turn card.
yeah. And the pots are getting big here, dude. We've seen a 3K, a 3.5K, and now a 2.5K pot just in the last orbit or so.
I hope it keeps up when I get into this game.
Man, our boys are taking a beating right now. Well, Frankie won that huge one. Rosie and Jello having a tough time of it. Man, and it's hard to get Rosie's money.
It's hard to get Rosie's money. Just want to give a shout out to Panzer. Asher in the chat says to shout out Panzer. What's up, Panzer? Thanks for watching. Well, lucky for you, bright side. Did not hit a pair.
That is the bright side, and we're down to 80 bucks on the propers, and nobody's made a pair here in a few hands. So
Yeah, feels like it slowed down a bit.
yeah, I've been holding strong, and we're deep into our third hour now, guys. We got about 45 minutes to an hour left on the stream, which bodes reasonably well considering the way that our prop betting's been going. Hopefully that limits my risk to something around 150 bucks. We could lock it for the night.
It's just funny when someone puts in a bet and the cards aren't shown yet and you're just sweating. Is that a
Ooh,
pair?
like that one. Ace King for...
I was talking about having a pair, but...
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, man. And this is going to probably be heads up with Tricky Fish and Jello, who is in desperate need of getting a good pot.
I don't know. Oh, yeah, royalties out of there. I thought he might consider cold calling with a 1.8K back.
Yeah,
Deep
but he's not
Tricky.
one. Yeah, but
Yeah, not with cash here, right?
and that is an action flop because Tricky Fish will be going nowhere on this flop.
Tricky Fish's mannerisms here remind me a little bit of Alex Foxen. The way that he holds his cards in his quote-unquote poker face.
pretty good compliment. I will say I've seen Tricky Fish improve his skill level quite a bit. I've been playing with Evan is his name. Been playing with Evan for probably about 18 months now or so. And maybe a year. And safe to say he's gotten much better.
And that's a pair for us.
That's fair for you.
And it improves Tricky. It goes check, check.
Not the black card he wanted to see.
Does it go check, check, or are we still the turn here?
No,
Yeah, we're still on the turn. Sorry, that was just Brian fixing
yeah.
the 10 on the turn there. So Jello can go for some value here or check it back. Does decide to check it back. That 10 brings in some 2 pairs, some straights. So very reasonable, I think, to check there and see what happens here on the end. And now will Evan turn his pair of 10s into a bluff?
I think he's pretty aware that he doesn't have the best hand right now, but I think he thinks it's possible that he could have the best hand.
Well, he does check. Maybe actually that 10 was a little bit not really the best card that he wanted to see. Maybe like Ace Queen was a hand he was hoping he could bluff off of this pot by the end. Remember, this was a 3-bet pot, so that 10 fills.
Now he's probably thinking, well, I can beat 9s, I can beat 8s, I can beat Ace-5 suited bluffs that give up.
Yeah, and what hand could I bluff him off of?
Yeah,
Like a Queen Jack, Ace Jack would.
probably fold, but
Yeah, and that'd be one of the, or a few of the only possibilities I could really think of.
he didn't leave himself enough behind to be bluffed, so this is going to be a fold most likely. He would have to be turning a hand like 10-9 or pocket 9s into a bluff here. And I don't think he's going to get called here.
Yeah, he's mostly just targeting a worse king, like King Queen, or a Jack, Ace Jack, Queen Jack.
Tough. It would be a little interesting there if Tricky were to actually have a Queen Jack, Ace Jack type of hand. I still feel like you just have to fold. It just feels like, what are you getting? You getting bluffed? Like, I can't really come up with any bluffs there. It'd be a stretch at least.
Here's our chip count, guys. We got 3 of our 9 players eclipsing the 3K mark. And Woodley has taken over as the chip leader, which is something very dangerous for everyone else on this table. Anytime you see Woodley with a mountain of chips, you know you are going to get put in some tough spots. It's going to be royalty limping for the $10 straddle. Sounds like they're giving Royalty a hard time about his shirt, which is a competing brand here for Poker House Dallas. That's all right. Poker, the promotion of DFW Poker is good for everybody. A rising tide raises all boats. Is that the saying? This was a limped pot right here. It was straddled, so 3 ways, limp for $10. Mills makes 2 pair on the turn, and Woodley turns the goods, guys. He turns a straight.
What did I miss here?
Mills just made 2 pair while Woodley made the straight.
Oof.
And it goes check, bet, raise by the... oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
Are you kidding me?
What the? Oh, my goodness. And it's not a diamond or a heart. Oh, he just called.
Yeah, and it was a snap call too. Very disciplined, wise snap call. Doesn't even think about raising.
He is a little frustrated there, but
Woodley.
yeah, he said just can't beat him. Very impressive just call. I can't say that I would just call there.
I mean, I definitely at least stop and think about it for a minute.
I mean, he does have the worst straight, but it's still straight.
He just got a good sniffer on him, dude. He just knew.
He does. He just has
I mean, you could tell it was even a reluctant call, just like I have no choice but to call. Asher saying thank you for the shout out. That's to you.
You're very welcome.
Appreciate you joining us, Asher. Give us a like. Give us a little click on that subscribe button so you will get notified every time we're going live. And especially here on Sundays from 6 p.m. till 10 p.m. every week. We're doing the Next Gen Poker collab with Poker House Dallas Live, where we are getting some heavy action. Look at that beautiful stack right there in front of SR.
As he has aces, what a shot.
Oh, yeah.
Someone
oh,
clip
boy.
that. Oh.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
And these guys are deep.
Well, you at least you get $10, right?
Yeah. And Frankie wisely recognizing the depth of their stacks, just flat calls. This is also with the 5, 10, 20 on. So,
Look, you gotta just take a second to give this, give him credit here.
oh, yeah.
This is just really well played, and we hit a pair. Let's go.
Tricky Fish flops a straight. Are you kidding me?
Oh my goodness! And Frankie's got the gut shot with the club and the overpair. SR just toast here.
SR is toast, and of course he's leading, hoping his aces are still good. It is that flat by Frankie that allows these hands in behind them. Remember, we were talking about that a little bit earlier, and Tricky Fish gets to realize the equity of his 9-7 offsuit. He does not actually have this board locked. You see that Frankie still has a 26% chance to win.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, it's just such a good flat, though, versus such an early position open. It's just well done.
Frankie raises, so he's going to protect his hand, try and drive out some of these others, and this is a really, really interesting spot now. How is Tricky Fish going to proceed? Woodley just folds his pair. How is Tricky Fish going to proceed? Is SR going to be able to get away if Tricky Fish just flats?
Well, I'll tell you, after conversations with a similar hand where we talked to hand history before, I would tell you that I don't think that SR is going to get away. I've actually had a discussion about this exact same board texture. Whoa, okay. Oh, did he raise? Oh, he 3-bet to 600. Okay, this is a little different then.
Yeah, and he snap folds.
Yeah, okay.
And now Frankie is getting a price.
Now it's just tough. I really actually prefer flat much more with the queens here. I don't think we have any reason to raise at all. I mean, we're only trying to get value from hands like 8-9, 10-9. I guess some other flush draws. But our hand
Some value, also some protection. But yeah, I'm with you. I think flatting makes sense too.
Just feels like a nice, comfortable flat. I don't know.
Yeah, and they've got a lot of money behind here. And you can see Frankie's got about 28% chance. It's not like he's dead. It may feel that way a little bit sometimes when your opponent's got a straight and you just got a pair. But he's got that gut shot. He's got those backdoor clubs. And he's getting a price here. It's going to be $350 to win over 1,000. So he's getting about 3.5 to 1.
And money behind.
And if it's 3 to 1, then that means that you need to be good 25% of the time. So 3.5 is even better. So actually, Frankie does have the equity to continue here. It's going to get tricky on future streets because that 28% would be assuming you get to see the turn and the river. And of course, we know Tricky Fish, if it comes a brick, he's not slowing down. He's going to blast again. So Frankie's really paying that $350 just to realize half of that equity.
I think he's going to fold.
I think there's a really good chance of that. I mean, Tricky Fish is representing a straight, representing a set.
I don't even think 2-pair would 3-bet the flop
No,
here,
I don't
so.
think so. And he may, I mean, even a set may just call because Frankie's raise is so strong with 2 players left to act behind. And he lets it go.
So we'll never know.
And Evan, look at all of those beautiful chips strung out across the table there. Scoops in a very colorful pot, which is always nice. See that mixture of greens and blacks and reds.
This would have been a very interesting pot if he had decided to just flat Frankie's raise, letting SR in. Could have been very interesting.
Wanted to see that turn card, right?
Yeah, there are some dicey, like a few dicey turn cards for Tricky Fish here, though. He would hate to see a 9. He would hate to see a queen.
Or a club.
Yeah, there's a. I actually don't mind the raise from Tricky Fish. It just would have been interesting if he had flatted.
Oh,
I
I'm
mean,
with you.
You need a ton of protection there. And I bet he was happy just taking it down right there.
And you hear SR using a little speech play too, telling him he folded aces. Sounded like he was fishing a little bit to see what Evan had.
Raise it up. 40 bucks.
I literally knew I was going to flat, and then you were going to raise and I have to call. And my other option was to raise now, let you re-raise, and I just
Sounds like Frankie intuitively knew where he was at, even had a feeling it was going to be Evan that had the goods.
It looks like SR is racking. Oh, he's coloring up probably. He's probably coloring up there. Woodley with a pair. Let's go. Woodley with these pocket pairs. And Tricky Fish makes it, negates it. Well played.
Trips for Tricky Fish. Back-to-back spots right here. Nobody's got an ace. But Mills makes a queen.
Woodley does have a diamond. The only player with a diamond here, should he see a river. Doesn't come. Frankie calls him.
I think that was not Frankie. I think it was either Mills or Woodley that called there.
Oh, it was Mills. I was going to say.
That'd be pretty ambitious.
Calling with 2 people behind you there.
Yeah, with the pocket deuces.
Yeah, it's a little optimistic. So
See, Frankie took a little bit of a hit there, but we've got several guys, almost everybody on the table now up over 2K. So we got the propensity to have some really big pots here down the stretch. We've had a bunch here in the last 30 minutes to an hour, and we've got 30 more minutes with you guys.
So when I stepped out there to use the restroom, the first thing that Evan asked me was, Tricky Fish asked me, was, did you see my punt?
He knew, huh? You say, oh, yeah, I needled you.
I was like, oh, yeah, what a punt.
Yeah.
I also, you'll probably even hear it when you see it. I also said, make sure you save some of that money for when I get into the game. The response from Frankie was, we're building it. Very excited.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
I'm excited to hear how it goes.
You get a pair.
We
Making
got a
little
pair.
comeback here.
Are we?
at the
Down to
end.
60? Let's go, guys. Come on. 30 minutes left.
Oh, man.
Hit the like button for old Nicky Boy scooping in the prop betting win. We need to hit 6 more pairs than John to get back to even, and it would be so sweet, even to win $10 off of you right now.
Yeah, and it would feel like the end of the world.
Yeah, after all the bragging and the free rolling talk, like, just love to have you hand me a fresh, crisp $10 bill. You got it.
Oh, man. You know how much that would pain me? I don't even have one. I'd have to Venmo.
You have to Venmo.
Oh, man. All right. Coming into the final stretch here. We got about half an hour left with you guys tonight. If you haven't already, we've held steady at about 50 people. Appreciate you loyal viewers. Make sure you hit that like button.
What do we got right now? 23 likes on the video.
Oh, well, I'm guilty. I haven't even liked it myself.
24. Let's go. Let's get some more chat interaction
27.
here, guys. Oh, 27?
Oh, we're
Okay.
going up. Yeah,
Oh, we're going up, boys.
Yeah, yeah. We like to see that.
Yeah, let's get some more chat interaction before the end of the night here.
Tell us where you're watching from, if it's anywhere outside of Dallas.
Nice. Man, we haven't had any trolls this week or last week, dude. And I'm kind of missing them.
I was going to say, we got rid of them finally.
I love the troll battling aspect. That makes it fun for me. Gives you something to do.
We got to wonder where Nick Morgan and Chris Lenza went.
Yeah, for sure.
Where'd they go?
I thought that person was going to expand on that and we were going to see more and more characters added to the mix.
That would have been fun, right?
Yeah.
C1 picking up Pocket Kings, just flatting a raise from the boy, allowing both of my horses in to hit pairs.
One of my horses as well. The boy getting a little ambitious.
SR already has a pair, but Woodley hits a pair as well. Actually,
And so does the boy.
yeah, they both hit pairs.
So that's one for you.
That's one for me. Woodley hitting 2 pairs, technically. This is actually an action flop. Everyone is centered all around that except for SR. Everyone's just everywhere all over that. A
Yeah.
ridiculous card would be an offsuit king right now.
Yeah, and Mills is kind of going to take the brunt of it here, I think, for not 3-betting this hand pre-flop. Tried to get a little bit tricky. Hope that somebody squeezed behind him, which, you know, isn't unreasonable, but I think personally I'd rather like mix in a hand like ace king as opposed to 2 kings, or even aces is okay, but kings is just so scary to let 3. Are you kidding me? Oh, he's out of there.
Look, did you see him aggressively stacking his chips there for a second? He like slammed his blacks down and moved.
Oh, the pain.
Oh,
SR
man.
folds the pocket 5s right before seeing the 5 come out.
And Mills isn't slowing down here.
No, he's not, and
The Woodley's, I said the Woodley. Woodley is licking his chops here, just loving life. I can't imagine he thinks he's beat, though it's possible. But I don't think either of them. I think Woodley's probably going to call, and then the boy is also going to call. Yeah.
He's like, you guys are punting so all the time. And then you get a few drinks in him, and then he's like, all bubbly.
is that true, John? Get a few drinks in you and you get bubbly?
You could describe it that way. I guess a good way to describe my personality when drinking is potent.
Okay.
Potent. That's good.
Loose and aggressive.
That's pretty good too. Very loose, very aggressive.
All right, so Woodley just calls, it looks like. And Mills, if he doesn't get raised here, which would be very ambitious of the boy to turn bottom pair and an open-ender into a raise, does not. He folds. And now Mills is going to need a jack.
Does not come.
No, he didn't need a jack. He had several outs.
Yeah, he
Board
could've hit
pair
a
also.
5.
Yeah.
No, not 10.
10. 5 or a 10, yeah.
10. 2 of the 5s are dead.
And he goes check, check, and Ryan seems to think he was beat.
It was definitely possible for him to be beat there.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he thought he was beat before that 8 of spades on the end, which, you know, if the boy had have called right there, John, he would have made a straight. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh, yeah, he would have. I bet he's not so happy.
So it's funny, actually. SR drops out on the flop, would have turned a set, and then the boy drops out on the turn and would have rivered his straight.
I actually didn't expect the boy to fold there because he was getting a very good price. But it is true that some of his outs are dirty.
Yeah, and you might be thinking that you're competing against other hands that have a better pair and the same draw as you.
Yeah, that's very possible.
Or a made straight.
Yeah. Made straight was very possible from Mills here if he wanted to just go all the way, turn his hand into a bluff. I
Yeah.
don't know if that's necessary, though, given the action he faced. Just bet twice, get called both times.
Yeah, and he faces max punishment there for just flatting the kings instead of raising. If he had to just 3-bet, I think he would have just won the pot pre-flop.
I'd like to announce to the chat that my Chipotle is on its way. That I bought with Nick's money.
And Shane? Is this Shane? I know several Shanes, but throwback to the Hideaway days. I'm thinking that must be...
That is Prosper Donkey. A legend in the area.
That's his name?
Prosper Donkey.
Okay.
Shane Wilson.
Okay.
What a guy. Well, Shane, if you want to come down, I'm going to be playing in this 2-5 game right after the stream ends. So, oh no. Well, yeah, we're going to see a little bit of a graphic disruption here for a little bit, guys. Sorry about that.
And we're going to see an epic hand right here as the boy has made top 2
Yes, he has.
against Royalty, who has top pair and an open-ended straight flush draw to go with it. It's a bet and a raise. And I'm sure Royalty is not going anywhere. Yeah, I've heard the name Prosper Donkey, and of course I know Shane that played at Hideaway, if it's the same Shane I'm thinking
That is
of.
the same Shane.
Yeah, I didn't know they were one and the same.
They are one and the same.
Shane's a great player, actually. Every time I see him at my table, I'm happy to either move to his left or move to the next game.
He's very tricky.
He is very tricky.
And
yeah.
as he just said, let me grab my keys. Appreciate the shout out there, Shane. Hope to see you later. I'll be here.
So Royalty whiffs on the end here after calling the raise. And the boy is going to go with a big sizing.
And Royalty snapfold saying 2-pair is good.
It looked like the boy bet about 700 there.
Oh, he bet big.
Yeah, that's significantly more than the pot. About 550 in the pot, I think. So pretty healthy overbet. If he went small, he could have got called. But Royalty didn't even think about it versus the overbet there. Man, we've seen a lot of like clashes of big hands tonight.
This has been a very interesting stream. You know what's nice about it is that we haven't seen too many just straight up punts. We've seen like a lot of just maybe optimistic plays, but some very aggressive, creative plays. And that's what makes for a good stream. I don't
sure.
think it's that interesting to watch people just punt their stack off. It's got to be some sort of like, you know, oh, I see what he was thinking there, you know, like that type of stuff. And just having the courage to go for it. That's interesting to watch.
I actually played a 2-5 session at the place down the street with Shane pretty recently. Can't remember how well it went for him, but went pretty good for me. And I remember thinking that I wasn't happy to see him in the game. I don't know if you remember that, Shane. I think we were sitting in that back corner table. There was a guy that came in to play with us that was from out of town to watch the Cowboys game and wanted to play 10 1/4 and then settled for 2-5 and bought in for a lot.
What?
Can't remember, like 7K or something.
You like to see that.
And he brought the action.
Might see a raise here. Yep, there's a raise. That's the end of this hand.
Raising with the best hand is a bluff there. But does prevent Mills from even seeing the river. all three of our boys have a very different look going tonight.
Yeah, actually, pretty interesting. Rosie's the only one who's staying true to character. Don't normally see Jack with the, hoodied up
Yeah.
like that. And Frankie looks like a 30-year-old man.
Okay, that's interesting way to go with that. I was trying to think of what I would relate his look to right now.
Doesn't he look like a new father?
You think so?
Yeah, that's
I don't know.
newly
but
married, just,
When I think of a new father, I think of maybe frazzled.
Oh, no.
I mean, you ever had a baby before, John?
I actually have I fathered many children. Oh, and there we go. That's going to stop. Well, I'm not going to say anything because I've been proven wrong before, but I was going to say Woodley probably would not see a flop, but he might. Looks like Rosie is exhausted.
Yeah. No fun to get beat.
No fun at all.
Kind of takes the wind out of your sails.
It does. And he calls. I spoke too soon. Once
That
again,
happens
sorry.
from time to time when you're watching Woodley play.
Sorry about the camera, guys. We didn't catch it quick enough this time.
It's king high board. This could be a range betting board for Frankie, but because Woodley's so tricky, I could also see him checking it back and making it a 2-street hand.
Simplifies his decisions a lot should he get check raised. Shane asking an interesting question. Which next gen boy has increased skill by the most since their hideaway days?
Great question.
He says that he votes Frankie. Love to hear other people's opinions in the chat. We get asked this question a lot, actually. Well, I know I specifically get asked this question all the time. They're just like, hey, you had it for next gen, right? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, which one's the best?
I think that I would say, just kind of as a side note, that I'm not going to pick one specifically, but if Frankie has improved the most, I think it could be mostly contributed to by the fact that he has played a ton of poker over the last several months. Has been playing pretty much like a full-time schedule of poker, which you can get better really fast whenever you're grinding a ton of hours like that and just getting reps. All three of the boys just show a ton of passion and dedication to playing and then reviewing their play and trying to figure out ways to improve it. I've noticed that right off the bat, which is one of the reasons I like hanging out with them so much, because I love talking about poker as well. And I know all three of them do, so it's hard for me to even choose like who's the best player, who has improved the most, because they all three have different skill sets, and I think they all three play really well. So any given day, I think just kind of depending on who's playing their A game and who's not, that any of the three of them could potentially be the best player.
Well put. The chat says Frankie. Also important to note that they said, Shane said, who's improved in skill the most, not who is the best.
Very fair. Tried to hit on both of those a little bit.
Yeah.
But I'm with you. It's a different measurement for sure. Sounds like we're getting the double straddle on.
50 bigs, here we go.
So 50 bigs with a $20 straddle on would be a 1K stack.
But almost everybody has more than that.
Yeah, everybody here has at least 75 bigs except for, I think just Jello has about 1,000.
That could be referencing that they have the 40 on
Oh boy.
because they have more than $1,000.
The triple straddle. It is. You are right. Nice call. We've got the 10, the 20, and the 40 on here.
Oh man, this is the end of stream antics that we get into. And I think that this is probably going to be, they're going to be riding that high into the post-stream game. So y'all should come on down to Poker House Dallas right now. Hop in this after-stream game. We call it the after party. I'll be eating Chipotle. And Woodley flops a pair. Let's go. Ending the stream strong. Come on.
Back up to 90.
Back up to 90.
Woodley's 2 pair is going to be good. He got Tricky Fish to come along again on the turn with the turned open ender. Doesn't get there. Woodley bets. Evan folds. Woodley scoops. Adds on to his mountain of a stack, which I believe is the biggest stack on the table.
Looks to me like Jack chose the 6 of clubs in their little prop bet. As he gets paid a good chunk there for hitting it on the turn. That's bonus points.
Got Brian in the box right there. Great dealer down here at Poker House of Dallas. He is on the live stream table almost weekly dealing for us and does a really good job.
Shout out to the live stream table dealers. Shout out to all the dealers, but especially the live stream table dealers. Always the best of the best dealing the live stream tables. We appreciate them a lot. Looks like you got a pair.
And it looks like we got the $20 straddle on, so it's going to be SR bumping it up to something healthy. 60 it sounds like. Jello decides to call from the hijack and immediately gets punished by the same hand. And you see that aggression is just so powerful, as he is very likely just going to have to fold the same 2 cards as the player 3-betting him.
SR decides to defend the pocket 10s. Pretty reasonable.
And remember, guys, this is a double straddle pot, so those stacks are significantly shorter than they would be in a normal 2-5 hand.
Pocket 10's in great shape here. 2 of the outs of the boy dead.
And there's already $600 in the middle.
He hits one anyway. And the boy hits a pair.
This is going to be interesting right here. SR has the club. How long is he going to be willing to hold on? The boy C-bets.
I would imagine 1 street. Unless, of course, I mean, this is one of those spots where it's like, what if you hit a club and face further aggression? What do you do? I think this might go relatively, I mean, they are really deep. This might go like 500.
Nice call.
And then check back sometimes on the river. Given it was a monotone flop, you get called again. I don't think that he's gonna SR is gonna call here again though on the turn. I think he probably gets away from it. I think he'll have a lot better hands to call down here with. Having the 2 10s actually blocks some of the bluffs that the boy could have here, I think.
These pots are getting big fast right now with these straddles on.
Yeah, $20 straddle on is brutal.
Yeah, we're seeing in 3K stacks, but you can see those are already in play after just a 3-bet and C-bet. SR's got about 20% chance to win this hand. He does make the call.
Already
Ambitious.
1.9K in the pot right now.
No club on the end.
And
It's a brick.
Third 4 now. I'm actually a little bit surprised to see that call. I think he'll have a ton of hands here to call with.
He's going to have a ton of trouble getting away from this hand, too, as he's got less than a pot-sized bet left, about 2/3 pot. It's all in
I'm actually a little
from the
bit.
boy.
I mean, actually, on this run out, this is obviously fine. But I would be interesting to see what the boy would do if it was like a deuce or something, and the flush still mattered. Interesting.
Yeah, it would be.
I
Now it's
don't
an
know if
easy
he-
shove.
Yeah, I don't know if he goes for it all if he doesn't hit the boat.
And SR is going to be in the tank here, guys. And this is a tough spot because,
Getting such a good price, but like,
yeah, getting a good price, and maybe he's thinking that the boy could have some ace-king, ace-jack, ace-10 with a club type hands.
I mean,
I think I'm gonna pay you. I have a good hands, but it's not a queen. If it was a queen, I'd snap, right? This is pretty sick spot. I'm gonna need a couple minutes.
he's gonna need a couple minutes.
It's just ace king, aces kings, 75, 500. Pretty sick.
Happy we got the cameras fixed for this.
This is the run out I wanted, right? Is he going to bluff me with ace king? That's Jackson, It's the best possible run out. I was hoping that he would give up. He has ace clubs he's doing this. Sorry, I need some good more time thinking. 925. It's 900. Okay. Sucks that I got a club, no? Steady as a rock. The man has not moved an inch. This is impressive. I have 10, though. It's an actual decision. It's not like I'm being an idiot or anything. Okay, in 2 minutes you can call the clock. Sorry again. I apologize. This is pretty sick. You really gonna be bluffing this? That's the question. Like, I have so much queen X, is he really gonna be bluffing it? Not on this run out, no. You can take my cards. I fold.
Oh, I was so ready to give you 10 for 7 deuce there. Yeah, 7 deuce.
Ends up making the right laydown. We got a little sneak peek into SR's mind there. Put on the show
Definitely.
there.
And I think he said the key point himself, which is, I can have so many queens here. Would you really try to bluff me? And it's like, well, if you can have all those queens, why don't you just call with those hands?
Yeah,
You know?
and I think that's probably the conclusion he came to.
And ends up making really good fold. And you can see he changed his mind there while he was in the tank, because initially he said, I'm probably going to pay you. And then talked himself through the strategy of the hand and came to the right decision. So good fold there by SR. Did I get paid for my 10s on that,
You did,
by the way? Okay.
but I got paid for my queen.
We got another pocket 9s right here. You can jot that one down.
Yeah, I'll jot that down. Yeah. And while SR was in the tank there, I was just sitting there thinking, what would the boy do? Would he ever... You think there's ever a chance? Because I've seen people do this before, and I don't know if the boy... I think the boy's probably too good to do something like this. But I've seen people, like, have the nut flush that they flopped and then have a terrible run out and then still shove. Like, almost turn the flush into a bluff almost. I don't think the boy would fall into that trap. I think that's...
I'm with you, though. I've seen people do crazier stuff.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I do think the boy would
I think the boy would
be
react.
unlikely to do that.
I think he's too good of a player to do that because that's a really bad hand to turn into a bluff. Makes trips here. Royalty also has trips, likely to be a chop unless we see a low card here. Oh, what am I saying? It is a chop anyway. I don't know why I thought that the boy had Jack 4.
Evan's in there, so there is some chance for no chop. If we see a heart on the end,
SR still got... Oh, he does fold his hand here.
if we see a 4 or 3 on the end, it's good for $10 for me.
And we do.
Oh, let's go. Are you kidding
And
me?
we do. Clutches off.
Good call, Evan. Good call.
Everyone hit pairs there. Oh, man. All right. I bet Tricky Fish didn't want to hit that pair, though.
No, I don't think so.
He was thinking of a certain shape he would have liked to see. Does not come. And he's out of there.
Betting a call, and they're going to pull their money back as both guys have the same exact hand.
The Robbie 2.0. We should be coming down to the last 10 to 15 minutes here of the stream.
Did I shout out Asher earlier for being, or for tuning in from Tunisia?
Oh, I was going to shout her out, or him out, and I didn't know.
Nice. Didn't even know we had fans in Tunisia.
Yeah, right? Out of the 40 people watching, who would have thought
One of them was in Tunisia.
Tunisia?
I would not have guessed.
I would not have guessed that either.
Rosie's trying out a new way of stacking those chips there. The Oreo roll.
The Oreo roll.
Which, speaking of,
And Evan calls it out immediately. Quote, what the hell is that stack, Rosie? Tricky Fish going to squeeze out of the big blind with King Queen offsuit here. What do you think about that?
I think it's a very reasonable candidate. Not mandatory, but
I think you probably shouldn't do it when the straddle's got aces, but what do you know?
didn't even consider that. Now that is good strategy. Don't squeeze when the next guy's got aces. And Tricky Fish learns the hard way on that one. SR takes down an easy $200. Helps rebate him a little bit from that previous pot. And I'm sure after he watches this back, he's going to be going home feeling pretty glad that he's got that extra $1,000 in his pocket that he didn't pay off the boy with on the end.
Can't tell you how many times I think that when I'm driving home. Man, wish I just had that $1,500 or however much money back. If only I had made a different decision.
If only. It feels so much more like money when you're driving home than it did when you were sitting in the game, right?
Yeah, of course.
Like, dang, $1,000. I could pay my dang mortgage with that.
So we're playing every hand now with a straddle. So we're playing 5-10 out there now. It's crazy how Texas poker games work. Like, we're playing a 5-10 game here, essentially. It's actually, I mean, it's a 2-5 game, but it's playing deeper than 5-10s in a lot of places.
Especially when they're allowing the 20, 40, 80 straddles on if you want.
Yeah, and even stack sizes, like stack-wise, it's like a deep 5-10 game.
And it also generates a lot of action when you got players like Woodley 3-betting with the 10 deuce. Shout out to Doyle. And Jello, who opens, gets 3-bet, gets punished immediately. Defends, and now is unfortunately probably going to get bet off of a hand that has over 80% equity. Yep. Power of position and aggression. And just telling of getting involved with those marginal hands early position when you got aggressive players behind you. See, I would like to see, with all of the limping and 3-betting that the boys do, I'd like to see them mix in some more limping with hands like that. You can call sometimes, or you could bluff occasionally, and it prevents you from getting 3-bet. I think people are going to catch on a little bit to the idea that when they limp that they got too many strong hands.
I have to agree with you. I think the limping has a lot of merit to it for sure, but it's good to throw in some of those hands too. It's crazy looking at these stack sizes, knowing that the cap was $1,500. Just shows you that you're in a good game where money is going around.
No doubt.
And there's rebuys.
It's a pretty loose game. It's also a very aggressive game.
Tough game to play in. Pretty swingy game to play in. As Woodley picks up the pocket tens, an actual hand here, and decides to just limp. See, he's learning from the next gen guys.
He is, and SR is going to walk right into it.
As he has been.
Just opens. Oh, this is an open
And a
3-bet.
Wait, it's a raise to 20. No, I'm pretty sure it's a straddle. I don't think he raised to 20. I could be wrong, though. Maybe there was no straddles.
Yeah, it's interesting because it says... Oh, I don't know, dude.
Oh, yeah, and actually, because, yeah,
+3.
Jack didn't put the straddle on. Okay, so it was a raise to 20, call, and he flatted the tens. And now SR 3-bets.
Now SR squeezes. Pretty big sizing. Good hand candidate to squeeze. I don't know if it's a good game candidate to squeeze.
Frankie's going for the 4-bet.
Oh, yeah.
Recognizing that was a good squeeze opportunity, trying to isolate SR in position.
And now this is going to be interesting to see what Woodley does with these stack sizes.
Wow.
And
he made it
there you go.
1,000. Oh,
Bang.
my goodness.
Instantly.
The flat call back 5-bet. I have never seen anything like this before.
He's a sicko.
Oh, my gosh.
Great play by Woodley. I love this stuff.
Wow.
This is indicative of a lot of like how I play poker, is not trying to always maximize the first time you have a chance, but instead setting yourself up to get the money in good when you can put the big bets in.
I mean, the layers to this, it's crazy.
And now Frankie is in a spot because he's getting a really good price. He knows Woodley did not 3-bet at his first opportunity to do so. And so he has to give Woodley credit for flatting a really strong hand like ace, queen, ace, king, queens, kings, aces, and then springing the back raise trap.
If he were to call, it would be a 1-to-1 SPR. I mean, I don't think calling is an option here at all, actually. Not even close. You'd have to just put this guy on being an absolute psycho and rip it with ace-jack offsuit, which if he does, I mean, Woodley already put in over like half his stack almost. Well, we put in,
A little less than a third of his stack, but he has put in a good chunk of it.
I mean, oh, yeah.
He put in 1K out of 3.4K.
Well, I'm talking about Frankie's stack, 3K, so it was about a third of effective stacks. But, yeah.
The way Frankie's tanking and thinking about this makes me think he's going to fold. I feel like if he was going to make a play at it, he would have wanted to do it very early into the tank.
And there it goes. Unbelievable. I don't think I've ever seen a flat back raise 5-bet.
And that's painful. You see Frankie with the head in the hand, asking himself what the heck just happened. As Woodley scoops in $660 without seeing a flop. Drives these guys off of a combined probably 65.
Putting on a clinic here tonight. $4,000 in his stack. That was impressive. And it was an art, honestly. Like the way things lined up. Just flats. Gets the ISO. He knows SR is always looking for these ISO spots. Gets the ISO. Gets Frankie to think that SR is just going for the ISO. He ISOs again. And then Woodley just... Art.
And he has no fear. You know, a lot of players might flat there, and then you see 125 and 425, and you think,
Oh, well.
okay, yeah, I'm just going to dump it. I was hoping something... I was hoping there was going to be action, but not this much.
And he had a plan, and he was like, no, I'm sticking to the plan.
Yeah, and
Both these guys can be light still.
he didn't even think about it for a second. Just bang, 1,000.
Good sizing, too. Frankie gets counterfeit here on the end.
Yeah, this one's going to be a chop if they get to showdown.
Frankie's going to bet at it here. She'll probably take it down. I don't think anyone's going to call to try to chop. Play the board.
Evan sniffs it out. Is he going to put in the $40? There is 200 out there. He's getting 5 to 1. If he thinks they're chopping, then maybe it's worth it.
I mean, even like there's like so many hands that he chops with.
He folds, and Frankie, pretty cheap price, takes it down. Shows the 2 4s. And guys, we're going to be winding down here in a second. We have crossed 10 p.m. Got a couple of bonus hands for you guys. Not 100% sure if they've cut the feed out there, but we're on delay for 10 minutes here, so looks like we're going to have at least 1 or 2 more hands for y'all, and then we'll be wrapping it up here in the booth. I've definitely appreciated everybody joining us in tonight at Poker House Dallas for the weekly Next Gen Poker live stream. Next Gen in general has been on the ropes a little bit tonight. I think Frankie's a winner. Jello and Rosie, I believe, are both losing. But they have been in and on the action, and of course these other guys that are here from their Discord have really brought the heat, especially Woodley, and it has worked like a charm for him. Remember, John, when he first started this session, got in the $500 light, and you're thinking, okay, it's like a tough way to start a session, but you're also setting yourself up for these big pods later on.
You know what's funny is almost every single time that he sits down to play a live stream here, it always starts out with him losing $500. Every single time. He just loses his $500, and he just always seems to have a massive stack. He doesn't keep adding on. Like, he just crushes it.
Yeah, and it looks like right now he's got over 4,000 in front of him. Not sure what our graphics say, but just from looking at the stack, eyeballing it down, it looks like 4K at least.
Tricky Fish usually does really well on these streams as well, but I think he's down today. I could be wrong. Straight for 2 players here, but a bigger straight for Mills Mafia.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. And Jack is
Jello's
going to
lead at it with Jack. Jack Crab. Got ace high.
Uh-oh.
No draws, no nothing.
He's going to find out pretty quickly.
Yeah. Just kind of gives away $30 here.
Jack Peterson in the chat saying, Woodley is a baller. He got me good in PLO 2 days ago with a sick bluff for $1,300.
Whew.
Woo, baby. That's Woodley for you. You just don't know. You just never know with him.
Did you see the back race 5 bet just now with the 10s jack? Pretty sweet. He flat calls for 20 with 2 10s, gets squeezed, cold 4 bet from Frankie, and then he back raises 5 bets for $1,000, puts Frankie in the tank, and he ends up folding ace jack off.
This is an unfortunate river card for Frankie.
And let's see if...
I mean, I think this is a spot where, I mean, obviously I can see the cards, but I think this is the spot where you just bet really big. Actually, I would have bet way bigger than that. Like, I know I could see the cards, but in a situation like this where any 9 is effectively the nuts, and you have the giga nuts, I think you just go like 2x pot. Like, you just go for it. Yeah, that's an easy call. That's unfortunate. Well, at least you let him off the hook, because if he had gone like 700 there, he probably still gets called.
Yeah.
So
I'm with you. And Frankie goes face to palm again.
Rosie, the only one here with under a 20% VPIP. Woodley at 67%. It's crazy seeing the range of the VPIPs and where they're positioned at the table, because that can really just dictate how the session's going to go. Jack Peterson says, just instant raise. Woodley fanboy here. Woodley's really, really fun to watch. I love commentating and watching Woodley play. I did ask him before the stream started if he was going to stick around and play afterwards, and he said he was probably going to head out. Unfortunate. It's always a good time playing with Woodley.
He could change his mind with a $4,500 stack in front of him now.
It's true. He's got 10-9 suited here. It's a premium.
Got royalty behind him. Coming in with the ace-8 suited, and SR is not going anywhere.
Oh, 8-7 suited. Same suit.
And now Frankie is going to be thinking about squeezing again.
Yeah.
No, he's just going to call. I think he
some-
got stung too many times.
Stung too many times, I was going to say, because, I mean, I probably would have, if you were going to squeeze that, I'd make it like $250 or something.
And it looks like Jello's going to do something. Okay, he calls too.
He calls, yeah. I mean, I think it would be a little ridiculous to squeeze the 4-3 suited on the button there with all these people who are not going to fold off of a $674 stack.
I could see him just like shoving it or something.
Just ripping the 4 high.
I mean, there's, what, $150 out there?
I don't know, man.
Obviously, I'm not advocating for it. I'm just saying I could see it happening. Seems like Jello's been a little bit frustrated. Hasn't gotten anything going tonight.
Everyone is in here except for Tricky Fish, so I have 2 chances for this pair draw. And Frankie is probably wishing that he would have
Squeezed it.
But the boy hits a pair. The boy hits a pair.
Nice.
So he's probably going to get some action at least. Shane Wilson saying that Woodley is a Nocturnal Beat starter kit. No, Shane. I disagree with you. I'm the starter kit. Woodley is the main event.
He is the final form.
He is the final form. I appreciate it, though. I think.
So Frankie leads for 100 here. Jello's counting down his stack. He has made bottom pair, got a backdoor flush draw, but he does have all of these players left to act behind him. Seems fairly likely someone has got a 4 beat with either a larger pocket pair or a king.
Or a better kicker. 4.
Right. He does make a very disciplined fold. Good fold, Jello.
Oh, the boy folded, too. He's going to get out of there. I mean, you got to think, betting $100 into 7 people, you just got a king. You know? You just got it.
And it's a healthy pot. $210 out there when Frankie led into it, so.
And we just got the word 5 more minutes for them.
Got a little bonus coverage for you guys tonight. Go until 10:15, I guess. So it's probably going to be another 2 or 3 hands. There's Woodley. They got him on a 4K stack, but I'm pretty sure it's more than that.
Think so?
I think it's closer to 4.5.
Yeah, it looked like 4K, right? Stack of 2,000 black and 2 greens. Bunch of reds. Oh, he's got extra greens there. Yeah. Agreed. Probably got 2 more hands here for one of my horses to hit another pair and bring us to the triple-digit land again. Make it real easy, you know, just a crisp 100.
I don't even know what to say about that at this point. Hopefully it doesn't get worse than 100. The boy's in there, so you're going to have some kind of chance.
Oh, but Royalty's blocking him. But Woodley's in there with the 9-4 suited. Gotta love Woodley. Here we go. That's a pair.
Ooh, and Royalty turns the goods.
Ooh.
Woodley still got top pair, and it's checked around on the flop, so
He's
he could be
betting.
thinking it's unlikely anyone has a flush draw. And Royalty just quickly calls, no thoughts about raising.
Oh,
Ooh.
that's not good. It's gonna kill his action.
And you're right, Woodley is able to get away from it.
And my Chipotle has arrived. Right on schedule.
Right on time. Can you hear that riffle nice and crisp?
Oh man, it's like ASMR. I could fall asleep to the sound of shuffling poker chips.
What does ASMR actually stand for?
No idea. Stands for Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response.
Exactly what I thought. It's going to be my first guess. And it's a pair for you, bud.
It is a pair for me.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm happy with my picks tonight.
Not only is Woodley in every pot, which is not surprising, but he has also picked up a ton of pocket pairs.
I was gonna say that, like, even if we were doing just the pocket pair thing instead of the pairs on the flop, well, he gets a set. Well, it would probably be like similar, because he just hits every single pocket pair.
It's been a lot. And he does make bottom set. Tricky Fish has a gutter. Not going to give him action. Kind of surprised Tricky Fish even called for 60 pre-flop with that, but I think he was the double straddle, so
Yeah.
it's getting a good price, and Woodley's just going to take it down.
You can see the boy there, like, reaching for chips like he wanted to do something and then just being like, no.
Good decision this time. He was going to lose whatever he put in there, I think.
That's a safe assumption.
See the pre-flop raise numbers here, which are so much lower than the VPIP numbers.
That's a good game. Last hand. Looks like we got the $25 straddle on.
Little shout out to the booth here. Mr. Knock about to go hop in this game.
Oh, I am. About to go hop in this game. If you guys want to see how that goes, you got to come down to Poker House at Dallas and hop in the game, you know?
No doubt. No doubt, my man. Let's track this action here on this last hand, and then we'll
Turkey
wrap
Fish
it
has
up
got
for
a
you
pair.
guys.
There you go. He's got a pair. And it's very unlikely Woodley hits a pair, as he's calling with 4-3 offsuit.
Don't jinx it.
Come on.
There we go.
All right.
Does that get us to 100?
100 even.
100 even.
Unless, of course, Woodley hangs on. Drills a 3. I bet he was looking if he had the 3 of hearts.
He's out of there, and that's going to wrap it for our prop betting on the night. I owe John $100. We got AAV.
That is Athrea.
Oh, Athrea. He is not black or red. We just picked a couple of players each, and anytime they made a pair, we owe the other guy $10, which is added up to me losing 10 units. And now Tricky Fish makes a move here in the last hand of the night. He's got an under pair. Just turning it into a bluff. And Mafia's got an open ender and third pair.
So the king just made him feel like his hand isn't good now, but did give him extra equity. It's just going to let it go, and Tricky Fish tries to punt one more time, but it does not work.
Yeah, and Mills is looking a little bit agitated by that one as he folds.
What is this guy doing? What is this guy, Tricky Fish? Why is he being such a tricky fish? That's going to do it for our stream here tonight for you guys.
No doubt. Looks like they're going to do like
They're doing a flip.
yeah, some kind of flip, and we can wrap it up here while they are running this out. We'll just have them kind of playing in the background there. I don't think we're going to get whole cards on it, but we can still watch the action.
They switched the decks out.
Gotcha. Go ahead and turn on the camera here for a second, and we'll wrap them up. And here we are in the booth, guys.
What's up, guys?
How's it going? We appreciate y'all being here with us tonight. We got about 50 of you guys that made it all the way through 4.5 hours. A long ride, an enjoyable ride. We had a lot of crazy action tonight, John.
Ton of fun.
Ton of fun. And these stacks got big and healthy, and the straddles went on, the 5, the 10, the 20.
I love it so much.
Oh, yeah.
Some of my favorite times watching this live stream every Sunday because people are not afraid to reload. So 1,500 cap, but this game gets deep real quick. Even if, honestly, it plays like it was a match the stack pretty much.
For sure. And specifically in this lineup and last week's lineup, we've had several really aggressive, tough players. They're given plenty of action, right? They're in there with a lot of hands, but when they're getting in there, it's not loose passive action. They are bringing the heat. We got a lot of raises, a lot of 3 bets, even some cold 4 bets, and a call back raise 5 bet tonight by
man.
Mr. Woodley.
How exciting was that?
No
Are
doubt.
you not entertained?
Are you not entertained? Nice. Love it. And, yeah, so here we see these guys getting dealt out 4 cards. They're just doing an Omaha coin flip. I think it was $50 per person. So there's $450 in the middle there. This is going to go to just the luckiest guy because there is no play in these flips.
I can't really tell what the flop is. 8, 5, 6. 2 diamonds and a heart. Oh, I can tell it.
And they haven't even exposed the turn yet.
Nope. But they exposed the river. So it's a paired board. Yeah, there we go. Someone could be dead. Like 8, 5, 6, 8. Where's the 8 at? I don't think we found it yet.
That's the last thing I'm dead. Oh, that's good. More diamonds. No, we're all dead.
No one's got an 8. No diamonds. 5, 6 right now is what I think for the right now, right?
How does no one have an 8?
There's got to be one out there somewhere.
No 8, no diamonds.
How does no one have an 8?
Okay, all diamonds. Diamonds are blocked. Fuck.
That's an 8.
He's got the 8.
He's got 8, 5. He's got 8, 5. But there is overcards that could give people bigger boats. Looks like a queen does it for Tricky. Oh, he's got a straight.
Straight's no good. There's a boat out there.
Oh, yeah, he's got a boat. He's got 8-5, yeah.
King, 9, or 7. 1 out. No, king, 9, king or 9. 7 of diamonds. 1 out.
Needs a queen.
Oh, wait, that's not. Oh, yeah, it is. 8-5. Yeah, okay.
8-5
that's
gonna do it.
8-5
Is that the
take it
boy?
down. That's Mills.
Oh, Mills.
Mills
Nice.
taking it down.
Nice. That'll make him feel better after folding the open ender on the previous hand with the pair. So, all right, guys. Well, we're going to be wrapping it up in here. Appreciate y'all joining us tonight. We had a great time. Just a couple of quick reminders. We have Mixed Madness coming up on Tuesday. Me and John are going to be here. Some of these guys will be here as well. We're going to be playing from 11 a.m. until 1 a.m. And we've got 1, 2, 2, 5 cash games running on a daily basis. We've got tournaments almost every evening here at Poker House of Dallas. 8 to 10 cash games have been running nightly. Just the room's popping off recently, John.
It really is. I really love to see it. You have to think it's probably because of all the live streams they've been doing lately.
No doubt.
Seems like they're running 5 every week.
Sure, that's helping. And having these next-gen boys in the mix, too. You know, their social media presence is unrivaled. The largest poker-related TikTok channel in the entire world.
The entire world.
That is unbelievable.
They set the precedent for it.
Wow, what a title.
Yeah, unbelievable.
What a title. So, all right, guys, appreciate y'all joining us tonight. And we are going to catch you here next week, 6 p.m., every Sunday, the weekly 2-5 1500 cap next gen poker live stream. I'm Nick from Haslet House. This is John, the editor of those next gen videos. See you guys next time.